Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast for this special episode of the podcast. We're not quite to episode 97. We're kind of in between episode 96 and 97. This happens to be September 11th weekend. Usually Grand Theft World runs on Sunday nights, and usually on September 11th, we have a 24-hour live stream of research, evidence, documentaries, things that are inconvenient to the official narrative that are based on substantial and meaningful facts that exist in evidence and artifacts. We try to string that together and present it as a counterbalance to the mainstream media narrative. And it overlaps with the podcast as a long story short. So tonight, Saturday, September 10th, 9 p.m. Eastern time, we're kicking off the 24-hour live stream. It's going to go all night. It's going to go into the day tomorrow. I'm here to explain a little bit about the format of how this thing works. We've shown most of these clips for the past 5 years, and it has a workflow to it. So before you can learn about the events of 9/11, part of which involves the World Trade Centers, you would want to maybe learn about the World Trade Centers, right? What is the grammar? What are the individual parts of this crime? And in this case, it's a monumental structure, tallest buildings in the world at the time, featured in the 1977 film King Kong, remake of the earlier one. He climbed the Empire State Building. In the 1977 one with Jessica Lange, he climbs the Twin Towers. Now, the Twin Towers were a Port Authority New York City project. Port Authority is just a business front, really, for Rockefeller family interests in owning the bank, the bridges, the tunnels, and a lot of the real estate that connects New York City into the five boroughs. So the nickname for the towers as they were building them were Nelson and David, named after the Rockefeller brothers. So there's a long, interesting history, about the financing, the planning of the World Trade Centers, a place for world trade to go on. And the history and evolution of that we'll cover throughout the playlist that's going to go for the next 24 hours. But the aspect where the World Trade Centers are planned in the 1960s or built in the early 1970s, the first video clip after the initial song to commemorate those lost on that day. The first clip is look at the building of the World Trade Center. So there's an official documentary, and it shows you from how they dug the bathtub, this big thing that was a big deal after the deconstruction of the World Trade Centers. It was a big deal to make. It was a world-renowned engineering feat at the time to expand Battery Park City, to create Battery Park City with the sediment that they took out of the bathtub. So you get to see it really from the beginning. When they dug the hole and then they started building 6 floors below the concrete, below street level, and then they built up 110 stories above that. And to appreciate what you see come down in 20 seconds total on 9/11, you really need to see how were those buildings made, what type of steel girder and iron infrastructure, 47 columns in the middle to house all the elevators. Where did all that go? And you can't ask those questions if you don't know what was there in the first place. So once you know how the World Trade Center was set up, the playlist then goes on into some official stories from that morning to commemorate and memorialize some of that evidence. But then from there on, now that you've got the gist, here's how the buildings were put up, and this is the official story of how they came down. Then you could start to see films like Who Killed John O'Neill, where you have intelligence and corporate and narco-terrorism connections all throughout the companies adversely affected on 9/11. And then you get into like the insider trades and the bets against those companies, specifically in weeks before 9/11. Somebody had insider information, tried to make some money from it. So there's a whole bunch of interesting things. You get into Loose Change, that whole series of films. Those, and you can't just watch the latest version, the last version that InfoWars produced. You got to look at the first edition. And then look at the second edition. Look at the third edition. They're all a little bit different. They're all telling you there's something extraordinary going on for your consideration. There's a ton of other films produced by my colleagues over the years. There's a lot of good evidence with firefighters, first responders, other people who were adversely affected from the cleanup at 9/11 that plays probably a couple hours into the playlist. And then we keep getting into more and more documentaries about the military industrial complex connections, the intelligence connections between multiple countries, and all sorts of things that tie into the actual and factual narrative that is not talked about in the public mainstream media cable news narrative. The world is bigger and more complex than they're telling people. That's kind of the point. So tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, we'll have Grand Theft World episode 97. We're going to get into the change in royal power that's gone on. They just had the coronation of the new king, King Charles III. And we'll get into some of that history, but we're also going to cover 9/11 tomorrow night. And I'm going to go deep dive on some of these books. And since you guys are here right now live, let's get a little preview. So if you wanted to, let's say, for instance, you or someone you know doesn't know anything about 9/11, they're interested. What's going on? Well, there's the official story, right? 9/11 Commission Report. It's a big, great big thick book. I have several different versions of this. There's different editions. Then you could read the commission, the uncensored history of the investigation to kind of get behind the scenes, right? But that's the official story. What's outside the official story is so much more interesting and real and evidentiary through contextual history. So I would recommend for further study, sorry about the adhesive. This was a college textbook at one time. It's called The Hidden History of 9/11. It's edited by Professor Paul Zaremka of CC. It's a community college, New York. I think it's maybe New York SUNY schools. And so he's a professor. He edited these various articles together. So there's a bunch of different authors and topics covered throughout this book. There are many sections of this book. This was first printed in 2006 that talk about identification of the planes or lack thereof. Talks about insider trading. It's a long, very substantial book with a lot of good evidence in it. So it's a good handbook, but I wouldn't say that should be your Bible. It's just one you should consider. If you're looking for something that's like your atlas, you need a geography of this whole event. While you look at something like The Terror Timeline by Paul Thompson. Now, this book, I think, was published by the Center for Cooperative Research in 2006. It is a fantastic resource because you could see the multiple times that MI6 warned America that Al-Qaeda, bin Laden specifically, was going to attack. But you also have the list of the war games, and you have a whole timeline of the articles published on the insider trading, on the various different things that went on. So, in the days before and leading up to a couple years after the event, right? So now you can get your timeline straight. You got your general grammar. It gives you good resources of what articles it's pulling from for these various headlines. And you can check it out like that. So that's good reference book. But let's say you want to get in some specific research. Let's get you some context, a little contextual history. Here you go. Secret Affairs, Britain's Collusion with Radical Islam, by Mark Curtis. Mark Curtis was a fellow at the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the parents of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's a credible writer. There's good research in here. Britain's collusion with radical Islam is a proxy force that they've groomed for almost 100 years at this point. They also cut the CIA in on it. And this will tell you, for instance, that bin Laden had a headquarters in London in 1996. That MI6 knew about. It's all in this book. So now you know about bin Laden from like 1988 up to 9/11, and you could fill in the blanks from there with a book like this, Black 9/11, Money, Motive, and Technology by Mark Gaffney. And in this book, you've got a number of different topics covered. He starts out the book with plausibility of GPS guided aircraft, right? You might not be able to trust a suicide bomber to conduct these events. So if intelligence knows about it ahead of time, they might have had some insight in steering these people. Oh, my bookmark's getting all fudged up there. This does cover part of my 9/11 story and the corporations that I pointed out: AIG, Marshall McLennan, Kroll Associates. There's Hank Greenberg from AIG. Here's the next chapter. There's me at a much younger age. About the insider's trade was that chapter's title, though that was just a minor part of what I was pointing out. But here's the insider trades. I know Sean Atwood asked me about this in the past week. This will be the reference for my last interview I did. And then there's a whole section on AIG and some of the other corporate, financial, fascist, if you will, shenanigans that were going on at the same time. So when you learn what's in a book like this and you ask the question, how did the hijackers do that? You have to go beyond the story, the cartoonish caricature narrative that it was 18 hijackers with box cutters that did this whole thing. There's a whole lot of layers of evidence that don't fit into the 9/11 commission report. And they also redacted and censored a whole lot of verifiable whistleblower evidence that should have been considered, but they had a predetermined answer. This is put together by Philip Zelikow. Philip Zelikow, prior to doing this, his job's teaching how to create public myths. So that's a peek into what we'll look into tomorrow night. Part of it we'll do with Johnny Vedmore. We're going to discuss his excellent articles as well. But yeah, so LD thus far. Are there any questions in the chat we have to handle before we kick off? Got control room out
west. No questions. I think things are running really well. It seems like I've made some adjustments and we are streaming via Starlink. So pretty cool.
Yeah, last time we tried to use Starlink, it kind of, but we've made some improvements and we're trying again because this is how freedom works.
So
freedom means, no excuses attitude. Keep moving forward till you get her done, and yay, freedom for the progress.
Yes, sir. And
all right, so your green light and queued up on your end.
Yes, sir. And I did a little touch up on the file that we played last year, and I got a little choked up going through the video, so I'm sure some of you will experience the same. But yeah, there's a lot of great information we're presenting, and it's a pleasure to do so here.
Yeah, it's been 21 years, so it doesn't need to be a solemn occasion. We can be serious and still have jokes and make fun of the people doing this to us, because the people who did 9/11, they're still in power. It's still going on today, because it wasn't resolved by going into Iraq and Afghanistan, surprisingly enough, for the past 20 years. So a couple other things I should mention before we kick it off. The 9/11 Commission, first, they wanted Kissinger in charge of it. That should just be like full stop right there. Tell you who did it, right? He's a front man for the Anglo-American establishment. It's 3 countries plus NATO, right? There's like some legit things there. So when the Jersey Girls said no to Kissinger, they put Philip Zelikow and the other front man in charge of it, Lee Hamilton, I think it was, who was in on Iran-Contra. So if you look at the grammar and what do these people do before the events, it's very interesting. So the commission took 444 days, I think, before they kicked it off or turned in the report. It was like under budget, like under budgeted. It only got $3 million. Like the United States spent more to get to the bottom of the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky situation than they did to figure out who done it with 9/11. 9/11, like the whole report, it's one book. I have 30 volumes of the Warren Commission testimony and evidence. So that was one guy's death. There's 30 volumes over here. 3,000 plus people die, and we get like this little report that says, go attack these countries. And then another thing I'm going to touch on tomorrow night in Grand Theft World 97 is going to be the fact that the Saudi bin Laden group was invested in the Carlyle group, which had a meeting on the morning of September 11th, where H.W. Bush, who slept in the White House, met with Salim bin Laden, Osama bin Laden's brother, and they're all doing business together that morning. And the reason the Saudis all get flown out of the country, all that stuff, like you need to learn the history behind why what happened and understand what's going on, as opposed to taking in the directives from cable media that tell you nonsense if you actually look into any of this stuff. The other part I wanted to touch on is, let me hit this button. I have in my history blueprint entries for 9/11. Now, no, not everything's in here, but just getting to the context of those who benefited from it and were instrumental in bringing it forth is a long scroll bar of who, what, where, when, because power was being exerted on that day. And the question is, who had the power? Who gained power from the event? And there's another aspect now that I've shown that off. So any of these pieces of evidence, you can click in over here. Let's see. 9/11 documentaries by Peter Dale Scott. So you can find this playlist if it's still, it's unavailable because they're censoring everything off. So while some of the videos might be censored, there's still a lot of good general grammar about the individual parts. who, what, when, where, why, and how can be answered from there. And then there was one other thing I wanted to touch on before we kicked off, but that's a good start, having a resource. So all the Grand Theft World members, you guys have access to the History Blueprint. You have access to my 9/11 Synchronicity podcast and the Library of Cognitive Liberty. So all the contextual information, if you're interested in some of the clips that you see in the next 24 hours to dig in, we already did that research. We already published on that 16 years ago. It's available to you today because what's going on today is a direct function of the people who exerted power on that day. What's the last piece? I should have written it down, but I thought of it while I was speaking, so I didn't have a chance. All right, so we're going to kick off the live stream, and we're just going to let it play. And LD has made some snips and improvements to make sure the flow is better than it was last year. And as we continue to encounter better and better information, we continue to add it to the whole repertoire. And the item I forgot a few minutes ago, remember for tomorrow night's episode, starting in about 24 hours. With that, I'm going to turn it over to LD in the control room in the West Coast, doing it on Starlink tonight because he's got some good buffering going on. I think that was smart. And let's see how it goes.
All right, let's roll.
Let's roll. Too soon? It's been 21 years. We can say it. From the 9/11 tribute concert a couple days afterwards.
landmark events in New York City in the 1960s was the construction of the World Trade Center. Design and construction would take years and the efforts of thousands of people. A project of this size created enormous challenges. Challenges that demanded the use of dramatic new engineering concepts. A wide variety of designs was considered. Final plans called for a complex of low-level buildings surrounding two 1,350-foot towers, the tallest ever built. Their great height was made possible by the use of load-bearing walls. Extremely tall buildings were traditionally inefficient, since huge amounts of interior space were taken up by structural supports and elevators. The Trade Center towers would overcome this problem. The exterior walls were designed to bear much of the weight of the towers, as well as all of the wind loads. The only internal supports would be in a central core of columns. Elevators would be placed in the shafts formed by the core columns. To further conserve space, the towers would be organized into 3 zones served by express elevators. Local elevators would run within each zone. These engineering considerations determined the tower's basic design: sheer symmetrical walls rising without setbacks. The site selected for the Trade Center was an old section of Manhattan's Lower West Side. The area housed a great number of small businesses, but the predominance of electronic stores caused it to be known as Radio Row. In 1966, demolition began. In all, 164 buildings had to be torn down, and generations of power, telephone, gas, steam, and water lines had to be rerouted. The site actually consisted of waterlogged landfill, which had accumulated over 2 centuries out of old wharves and debris. To support the great weight of the towers, foundations would have to be dug down 70 feet to bedrock, but the removal of water from this huge area would have caused a dangerous lowering of the surrounding water level, undermining nearby buildings. The solution was to construct an underground concrete retaining wall to surround the site. This was built with the slurry trench method, used for the first time in this country. A trench was dug down to bedrock, and a thick bentonite slurry was pumped in. The slurry was denser than the surrounding mud and dirt, and thus kept the trench walls from collapsing. As each section was completed, 25-ton cages of metal reinforcement rods were lowered into the slurry-filled trench. Cage in place, concrete was poured in. Since the concrete had a greater density than the slurry was forced up out of the trench and could be used for the next section. In this way, an underground wall was built completely sealing the site. Excavation began. As each section of the slurry wall was revealed, workers drilled holes through the wall and casings were pushed through down to bedrock on the far side. Steel tendons were then inserted through these holes and socketed into bedrock, bracing the wall against external pressure. More than 1 million cubic yards of dirt had to be removed to make way for the Trade Center's foundations. The excavated earth was placed in the Hudson River adjacent to the site to create more than 23 acres of new land which was donated to the city of New York. The site presented another major challenge. The tubes containing the PATH commuter rail lines lay underground within the excavation area. The fragile tubes had to be supported in protective cradles while excavation continued around them. Throughout construction, the PATH trains carried 130,000 commuters daily. At no point was service interrupted. 7 stories down, bedrock was finally reached. Foundations for the towers could now be prepared. Concrete footings were formed and poured into bedrock. Massive assemblies of steel beams called grillages were laid on these footings. Each grillage would anchor one of the load-bearing tower columns. Meanwhile, orders were placed for the 200,000 tons of steel which would be needed for construction. Individual pieces were prefabricated and rarely interchangeable. Moreover, there would be no room to stockpile materials at the construction site. This created a tremendous logistical problem. Steel sections would have to arrive at the site in the exact order and at the exact time needed. To meet this challenge, Port Authority engineers used a computerized system known as Critical Path Method, or CPM. CPM would coordinate every aspect of construction, track the flow of materials, and minimize any delays. In August 1968, actual steel construction began. Kangaroo cranes, imported from Australia, were used for the first time in the United States. The cranes were assembled on top of the core columns. Each could lift 60 tons at a time. They would be the driving force behind the tower's construction. The cranes have the ability to jack themselves up 36 feet at a jump. As the walls grew to the height of the crane would hoist itself up, a neighboring crane would swing core columns into place beneath it, and construction would continue. 70 feet up at street level, steel trees were put into place around the perimeter of the towers. These trees would transfer the load of the exterior wall to the more widely spaced columns now anchored to bedrock. Construction of the towers could now proceed with great speed. 3 basic elements were used. 2 or 3 story high sections for the load-bearing wall, massive steel beams for the core columns, and floor sections to span the 60 feet between core and wall. Through the complex orchestration of these structural elements, 3 floors could be constructed in 10 days. its many engineering innovations, the Trade Center was cited as the outstanding engineering achievement of 1971. Shortly after the structural completion of the towers, the surrounding low-level buildings were finished. A final addition to the North Tower was a 360-foot television antenna erected in 1978.
The World Trade Center, unmistakable in its silhouette against the sky. Its twin towers of steel, glass, and concrete reach more than 1,360 feet in the air, dominating the skyline as Manhattan's tallest structures. The pair has come to symbolize both the contemporary spirit and vitality of New York.
I believe New York's icon at the moment is the World Trade Center. It's in every major picture around the world as symbolizing New York.
I think anyone who studies it on a certain level falls in love with the World Trade Center. No matter what you think about it aesthetically, no matter what you think about it politically or culturally, no matter how you think it looks on the skyline, the fact that human beings have the ingenuity to be able to do this kind of thing is, you know, kind of stunning and affirming in an odd kind of way.
Nothing else like this had ever been built before or since. And I think the beauty, the architectural beauty of the World Trade Center is subtle and it's easy to underestimate.
Each tower is 110 stories high, each floor an acre in size. Under each roof, 4 million square feet of space. But the towers are merely the focal point of what is an extraordinary complex of 7 buildings. In all, there are more than 12 million square feet of enclosed space.
You have to imagine a small town concentrated vertically rather than spread out over 1,000 acres. It's concentrated on a 16-acre site.
40,000 people work here. Another 2 million visit each year. And although the complex was built to be a center for international trade, the reality is that few businesses here have much to do with foreign trade. Some 325 companies, from stockbrokers to high-tech firms, share this prestigious address with the U.S. Customs House, a Marriott hotel, and Manhattan's largest indoor shopping mall.
Subway lines intersect here at the World Trade Center, so people can come in underground, never get wet, never get snowed upon, go to their office, go downstairs, do their shopping, grab lunch, come back to their office and go home underground, and you never go outside. So it's a city within a city.
And supporting the city within a city is an elaborate infrastructure, dependable and vigilant.
There's a whole building that exists inside of the World Trade Center that nobody gets to see because it's what runs the building, including all the stuff downstairs, the massive systems, electrical, air conditioning, and other, that actually allow us to sit here pretending that we're in a natural environment. Nothing could be less natural than a super tall building. Nothing could be less natural for its time than a building like the World Trade Center.
So vast is this city. The World Trade Center has its own police force and what it calls the Operations Control Center, or OCC. The department's sole responsibility is to keep this mini metropolis safe, clean, and functioning.
The Operation Control Center of the World Trade Center could be compared to the war room on board a warship. It's manned 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they respond to crises.
The OCC can be found in the sub-basement, in a series of windowless offices.
Whatever goes on here at the World Trade Center is typically coordinated through that room. If a tenant has a flood on their floor from an air conditioner overflowing, that's where they call. If the fire department needs a security guard to open up doors, they're the ones that are sending the security people with the right keys to open up the door.
More than 30,000 work orders are handled each year. The OCC monitors all emergency water and electrical systems, including the World Trade Center's immense refrigeration unit.
I was overwhelmed with the size and scope of the machinery. It was larger than the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. I mean, just huge pipes on a scale which reminds one of Gulliver's Travels, so one feels like a Lilliputian among such huge machinery.
4 basements below the Twin Towers, on 2.5 acres of concrete, is the heart of the World Trade Center's air conditioning system. It's a system so massive, it can filter and circulate 9 million cubic feet of air per minute.
We're roughly 60 feet below grade. We have 7 heat exchangers. They're some of the largest in the world. Each heat exchanger has a capacity of 7,000 tons.
The equipment is used to cool both towers, their sister buildings, the shopping concourse, and the subway station. The first subway station to be air-conditioned in the United States.
We bring in river water from the Hudson, and it runs through the heat exchangers and cools the water that we use for air conditioning.
Engineers of the World Trade Center had considered conventional rooftop cooling towers.
All right, so since we are here live, I can interject, whereas in years past, we just played the playlist. So from that first part, seeing the construction of the World Trade Center, what do I expect you to take away from that? A, it's 220 acres of rebar, reinforced concrete that you saw poured and spread by those guys in the film that disappears in 20 seconds on 9/11, turns into dust. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is architecturally, the trade centers are 1, 2, 3 buildings stacked on top of each other. They have what was called, there's a number of elevators in each tower. Only one in the North Tower goes all the way top to bottom. It was for windows on the world. If you go to the restaurant or the conference rooms up there, there was an express elevator. For everyone who comes in working every day, if you are a visitor, you had to go to the security desk. So you walk in the North Tower, go to the left, go to the security desk, then you go right back to the elevator bank, but it's still facing north, that whole set of places where people go to work. And then you go up to what's called a sky lobby, you transfer, you go up to another sky lobby on 77, then you transfer. And so my point is, on 9/11, they say a plane goes into Marsh and McLennan, it explodes, fireball goes all the way down to the basement where Rodriguez and the other people are experiencing explosions. And my point is, you can't get there from here. There is no way for that part of the official story to remain valid. There's a lot of damage that goes on underground at the World Trade Center, and they say it's attributed to Flight 11, American Airlines crashing in Marsh and McLennan. And I'm saying, doesn't make any sense. The vertical deconstruction of those buildings that day, turning all that concrete into dust, also pancake theory. You can't have that with those 47 steel columns in the middle. Doesn't make any sense. So they're playing this is the MO of the New World Order. They play the audience as idiots, and they depend on you guys not looking this stuff up to see what's actually going on. You say, oh, NIST said this, 9/11 Commission said this is the public narrative. It's safe to believe that. But that's not the truth. So the truth might not be safe to understand, but nonetheless, it has value to understand it because it's how they're deceiving the whole planet right now and taking away freedom. In this current modern marvels showing you the trade centers, there's a whole city, not only in the towers, but underground. There's like 6 sublevels. There's a whole mall down there. So we could go downstairs and like have lunch. There's a whole thing. It's all self-contained. Also, for anyone who's interested, the question comes up of how do you wash the windows in those World Trade Centers? There's 27,000 windows or whatever. How do you wash those? They had little robots that would go up inside, up and down those little vertical indentations in the windows and would scrub the windows, and you'd see it go down past the office, and then later it would come up on another one, and then later it would come down on another one. So that was kind of cool, and very remarkable to have been able to sit 1,000 feet in the air in an artificially controlled climate and act like it's normal reality to conduct business. I mean, that's something I guess I took for granted back then because I'd been in tall buildings before. I used to work like 25 or 40 stories in the air. So going up another 40 or 50 stories above that. But even today, I still get a little vertigo thinking about what it was like to look out those windows down at the city, down at the helicopters, down at the planes flying down the Hudson and things like that. So what I want you guys to take away from this initiatory part of the research live stream is the general grammar. How was it built? Who built it? When was it built? What did it facilitate? And what all went away in 20 seconds that day that's beyond what the public narrative is showing people? Go ahead, LD. Let's continue to roll. Thank you.
But the units would have been so enormous, there was concern that they would mar the appearance of the building. The solution lay nearby. Because the complex sits by the Hudson River, cold water could be pumped directly from the river and used to cool the massive system. Today, large intake pipes provide the refrigeration plant with 90,000 gallons of water per minute.
River water is run through the system and then vented back out to the Hudson River. Of course, the Environmental Protection Agency keeps a close watch because they don't want too fierce of a temperature gradient because of the flora and fauna in the river itself.
The World Trade Center complex has 71 escalators and 254 elevators that make as many as 450,000 trips a day. The express elevators can travel at speeds of up to 27 feet per second, or 19 miles per hour.
The elevators are quite powerful. Each elevator has its own motor and its own motor generator set, generating about 480 horsepower.
In case of a power failure, the World Trade Center has 6 emergency generators. This backup system can yield 7,200 kilowatts, enough to satisfy the needs of 4,000 suburban homes. It's just enough to power an elevator bank in each tower, stairway lighting, fire sprinklers, and other emergency essentials.
In addition to that, we have now built a large diesel power plant on top of 5 World Trade Center, where we not only can provide emergency power to the facility, but we can provide emergency backup power to all of the tenants' computer needs.
Even washing the 600,000 square feet of windows of the Twin Towers requires something out of the ordinary. Something dreamed up by its architect, Minoru Yamasaki, who was afraid of heights and did not want to have workers hanging over the side while washing the building. Automatic window washers were custom designed for each tower. Attached by cable and controlled by an operator, each moves along a rail at the top of the building and down miniature tracks embedded in the exterior columns.
The window washing machines are marvelous pieces of machinery. Each one has a set of nylon brushes.
2 brushes, 18.5 inches, exactly how much is windows from 106 all the way down to the 9th floor.
And a squeegee, and a 20-gallon tank, which holds a dose of detergent. And these machines go up and down the sides of the buildings, between the columns, cleaning 1 column of windows at a time.
I clean with this machine half an hour, 100 windows for half an hour. 20 minutes going down washing, slow speed. 10 minutes comes up on fast speed. Then I move to 1 column to the other and send the washer again. For half an hour I am free. The washer does everything.
The machine takes a full day to clean 12 window columns, 5 days to clean an entire side. When one side is finished, turntables on the roof guide the machine in position for the next side.
In a month's time, it will have done all 4 sides and repeats the process. This is done just like clockwork from March to December. However, during the winter months, the operation is suspended because the water would freeze.
Every corner of this synthetic city reveals the unexpected. Underground, as congested as any street in Manhattan. A loading dock where hundreds of trucks jostle for space to unload deliveries. 1,377 feet above, on the South Tower, the world's tallest outdoor viewing platform. On clear days, visibility is 45 miles, with dazzling views of New York and New Jersey. Today, the World Trade Center has become an icon for success, ambition, and Manhattan itself. We see it in ads and on television. We've become so familiar with it that it's now entwined with the New York of our imagination. And remarkably, after all this time, it continues to inspire awe.
But the sheer size of them, I think, represent a moment in history that is lost today, and that we can only look back and be impressed with the ambition and the almost heroism of the project at the time.
Uniform in color, but constantly changing with the light, the towers of the World Trade Center are among the most distinctive on the globe. To conceive something on this scale would take a diligent corps of visionaries and engineers.
Now that the World Trade Center is gone, we still think of heroism, but for a different reason. Because of the tragic events of September 11th, now we think of the hundreds of firemen, policemen, EMS and Port Authority workers who ran toward the danger, not away from it. And we should also think of two of the men you just met. Mr. Rocco Camage, the man who operated that Rube Goldberg of a window washing mechanism, and Mr. Frank DiMartini, the construction manager who explained the marvels of the World Trade Center's air conditioning and power systems to us. Both men are listed among the missing. But no one could have known what the terrible fate of those twin towers would be when they were first built. They seemed as strong as America itself.
Completed in 1974, the Twin Towers remain the tallest buildings in New York City. That's a venerable accomplishment, given the city's long history of erecting skyscrapers to rival those that came before. But neither the World Trade Center nor any other tall building would have been possible without two engineering developments.
First, the elevator. You can't have a tall office building without the elevator. And the first commercial building that was built with an elevator was the Equitable Life Assurance Company's headquarters on Broadway, built in the late 1860s. The next major advance was the development of the steel skeleton frame, which occurs in 1888 when the Tower Building is built, which was probably the world's first building with a steel skeleton frame.
With the steel skeleton and the elevator, the Manhattan skyline began an extraordinary transformation.
Within only a few years after the Tower Building was completed in the late 1880s, you have enormous skyscrapers being built that were rising 20, 30 stories. These would not have been possible either if the economics hadn't changed, if banking and commerce and trade and the insurance businesses weren't growing.
During the first decades of the 20th century, some of New York's most famous skyscrapers were built. In 1903, the Flatiron Fuller Building. In 1909, the Metropolitan Life Tower. And in 1913, the Woolworth Building. The next great growth of skyscrapers occurred in the 1920s.
It culminated in 1930 and 31 with buildings like the Chrysler Building and, of course, the Empire State Building, which was the world's tallest building for the 40 years before the World Trade Center. During each one of those cycles, there was a boom in the economy that drove the heights of buildings ever taller.
It was during the euphoric boom years immediately following World War II that New York lawmakers conceived the idea of an international or World Trade Center. They expected an increase in global trade and believed New York could be more competitive with other port cities if all businesses related to trade were housed under one roof.
The idea came about that there would be a big trade mart based on the ancient fair in Leipzig, which went back to the Middle Ages. There would be a fair, a permanent trade exposition in New York where people from all over the world could come and show their goods.
But when market research revealed that the city would benefit more by modernizing its ports, the idea was scrapped. It wouldn't resurface again for more than a decade, and only then under the aegis of urban renewal and the influence of one of New York's most famous heirs, David Rockefeller, grandson of Standard Oil founder and billionaire John D. Rockefeller. In 1958, Rockefeller spearheaded what was
19th century buildings, knock them down.
It should also be pointed out that David Rockefeller's brother was Nelson Rockefeller, who was the governor of New York. So this is very helpful in pushing the project through. In fact, some people have said that the Twin Towers should be renamed David and Nelson.
To fund and build the new project, David Rockefeller and his supporters turned to the Port Authority, an agency chartered in 1921 by the states of New York and New Jersey to build and operate any terminal or transportation facility within a 25-mile radius of the Statue of Liberty.
The Port Authority is a hybrid creature, partly a government agency and partly operating as a private business. No one else had quite the same combination of deep pockets and financial resources, the right of eminent domain, and the technical engineering skills to launch a big project.
The other great power that the Port Authority has stems from the nature of public authorities in general. If you want to build a project that costs $1 billion, you simply sell bonds to do that, and then you charge rents or tolls or something like that to pay those bonds off.
The self-supporting agency built, owned, and operated several megastructures, such as the Lincoln Tunnel and the George Washington Bridge. By the early 1960s, the World Trade Center project was added to its portfolio under the auspices of Port Authority Director Austin J. Tobin.
There was a kind of professionalism that the Port Authority was known for.
All right, one last interruption real quick. You just heard about David Rockefeller bringing this vision together, and they said his brother Nelson was governor of New York. Well, that's true. Nellie Rock was governor of New York at the time the World Trade Centers started. But by the time they finished in 1974, he's the vice president of the United States because Nixon resigns. Jerry Ford, whose name is Leslie Lynch King III, in reality, renamed as Gerald Ford through a divorce. He's president. Nellie Rock is in charge, vice president of NASA and the World Trade Center project still. So it's the Twin Towers, David and Nelson. I said that earlier. People might have been skeptical. Now you've heard it from history's modern marvels. So let's go ahead and continue to unfold it. But now you understand. Like the United Nations, that was Rockefeller land, Rockefeller architect. They made international territory. So they had already set that up in 1945 through 47, the United Nations. This is 1971 through 74 that they're building the World Trade Centers that they then used. And David Rockefeller in his memoirs says on like page 408 that he and his family are internationalists, and those who accuse him of conspiracy, he stands guilty of it. So you have it in his own words in his memoirs. You have it with David and Nelson in official, like that's publicly acceptable information right here that we're playing. There's a deeper story to 9/11 than the public narrative. We'll get to that point in the next couple hours, but go ahead, LD, continue to roll it. Thank you.
It's engineering and it's planning and its whole way of carrying things out, which was really impeccable. Really impeccable. And Tobin was the guy who did that, and he was the central point of control. He was the Sun King.
It was decided, okay, it's going to be a large project, it's going to be done by the Port Authority, it's going to be concerned with world trade. So far, so good. The original plan was to put it on the east side of Lower Manhattan. Bear in mind that the Port Authority is a bi-state agency. So understandably, the governor of New Jersey was concerned. He said, well, you're building this World Trade Center for New York. What are you going to do for us?
The Port Authority agreed to take over New Jersey's bankrupt Hudson and Manhattan Commuter Railroad, now known as PATH for Port Authority Trans-Hudson. The railroad had been running since 1908 and was in dire need of a facelift. Its terminus was on the west side of Lower Manhattan.
Once this deal was in place, that New Jersey was getting the PATH, New York was getting the Trade Center, gradually it hit everyone. Why not put it on the west side, and then you could do two projects at once? It was a brilliant breakthrough, and the governor of New Jersey said, at least we can see the damn thing.
The World Trade Center project was moved from the east side to the middle of a neighborhood known as Radio Row.
This was the center of the radio industry, where I remember going down there as a child with my father to buy radio tubes.
It was a sort of a bazaar of retailers, mostly involving consumer electronics of some kind. And this was where the first TVs were sold off the shelves in the United States. I mean, this was the consumer appliance mecca.
Radio Row merchants protested, but their shops would vanish by way of the wrecking ball as plans to build the biggest complex in Lower Manhattan geared up.
Ultimately, they didn't have much of an argument when you compared what, in the minds of the various judges who heard the cases, was the public good. Well, I mean, you're just a business. You can go and you can move someplace else. But this is Lower Manhattan. and the financial district has to expand. I mean, look, you guys got to get out of the way.
The merchants were bought out. Planners decided the World Trade Center site would occupy 16 acres, but it was not yet known who would design it.
When Yama received the letter, we looked at the letter, and Yama kind of called us together and said, you know, it just shows how careful you've got to be when you write a letter of invitation like this, because here's a project that obviously has a misplaced decimal point. It's got too many zeros. Who would be asking our firm to do a project of $250 million? But we prevailed upon Yama to follow through and make a call.
It was the call that changed his life. Out of a field of more than a dozen prominent architects, Austin Tobin and the Port Authority chose Minoru Yamasaki and his firm out of Michigan to design one of the most important buildings in the world. The year was 1962.
Yamasaki was a rather strange choice as an architect because he had never built anything on this scale before, and most of his previous buildings had been rather precious boxes, buildings that were detailed and ornamented in a way that you wouldn't expect to relate to the size of the World Trade Center. He was also famously a strange pick because he had fear of heights.
What impressed the Port Authority was Yamasaki's grasp of engineering and his character. He was a self-made man, rising from a hard-scrabble childhood in Seattle to acclaim as an award-winning architect.
They saw someone who was similar in some ways to them and to their values. This was not an architectural prima donna.
Yamasaki and his team went to work studying and designing over 100 different schemes and models.
There were times when something would just simply go wrong. Yama would look at it and would see the flaws in it quickly and very compassionately say, let's try a little something else.
Yamasaki finally settled on a two-tower development between 80 and 90 stories tall. Its plaza was evocative of the Piazza San Marco in Venice. Light poured into interior public areas, and windows were designed shoulder width to give people a sense of security, no matter how high the floor. But the Port Authority wanted to make one important change.
Given the square footage demands of the World Trade Center project, the Public Relations Department began to say, well, why not make it the tallest building in the world?
He was very, very nervous about that because of the cost of pushing those extra floors in. He was fearful that the economics of the project would dictate to stripping away some of the things at the ground level for the planting in the plaza, the flowers in the plaza, the sculpture in the plaza, and even in the lobbies, the amount of marble that's in the lobbies, the stainless steel doors, all of these things that he was so fond of.
The budget was increased. Little, if anything, would be scaled back. And the famous 1,250-foot Empire State Building, the tallest building in the world since 1931, was about to be eclipsed by the new 1,360-foot towers of the World Trade Center.
The World Trade Center was conceived back in the 1960s when I think American ambition and a faith in technology was really at its peak. If you think of the other sort of supersized topics of the day like jumbo jets, you have some sense of the sort of ambitious love of bigness that the World Trade Center represents.
But to achieve that bigness, it would take engineering innovations and an army of workers manning revolutionary equipment.
Welcome back to our eulogy to the World Trade Center. Even though it's gone now, we don't need to rely on programs like this one to remember it, to picture it towering majestically toward the heavens. It will exist as a part of the New York skyline in photographs, in paintings, and in films forever.
Since it opened in 1931, the Empire State Building had held the title of the world's tallest building. Now, over 35 years later, the formidable task presented to engineers and architects was how to build a structure 100 feet taller than the Empire State Building, and do it twice. This massive undertaking presented a number of unique and complex challenges. First, there was the matter of the building site itself.
A major problem in the construction of the World Trade Center was the fact that it was going to be built in lower Manhattan in an area which was fundamentally fill. You have to think about the geology of the area. Lower Manhattan represents the confluence of two large rivers and the ocean.
Since the 1600s, the waterfront had been extended by over 700 feet by landfill operations. It had been filled with dirt, rubble, old piers, and wharves. To reach bedrock, engineers would have to dig down 65 feet and at the same time not disturb the foundations of the surrounding buildings.
If you start to dig a hole, what happens is that if you only go down 3 feet, your hole fills up with water. They needed to dig not just a 3-foot hole, but a very, very large hole. It would have been the equivalent of pumping out the entire Hudson River. Not only that, even if you were able to pump all the water out, which is virtually impossible, the surrounding buildings would have collapsed.
The first obstacle then was how to control and remove the water while laying the foundation of the enormous structures.
They had to come up with extremely unique and wonderful engineering techniques to actually pour that foundation while all this water was pressing in on the foundation structure itself.
The solution came from engineer Ray Monty, who would utilize the slurry trench method. It had been used for subway construction in Europe and in Canada, and now would be used for the first time in the United States. For this project, excavating machines would dig a 3-foot wide trench down to bedrock. As dirt and rock were removed, they would be replaced by the slurry. The slurry is a mixture of water and bentonite, a type of expansive gray clay that has a swelling tendency and would plug any holes along the side as excavators dug deeper. The trench was dug in 22-foot segments. Then, the workers lowered into each slurry-filled segment a pre-assembled 7-story high steel cage of reinforcing rods, weighing 65 tons. The cage provided a framework for the concrete wall that was to come. The concrete would be poured in at the top of the trench through a pipe that resembled an elephant's trunk.
The concrete was heavier than the clay, so it sank to the bottom, and the clay rose up and was reclaimed and used for the next section of trenching.
All in all, construction workers had to make 152 of those 22-foot trench segments to enclose an area 2 blocks wide and 4 blocks long.
It was like building a bathtub, only it's a bathtub in reverse. The purpose of this bathtub, 800 feet long, 200 feet wide, 70 feet deep, was not to contain water, but to keep water out.
And the bathtub, you could have swum, Moby Dick could have done laps in the bathtub because it was that big.
A unique method and used extensively now. In fact, a number of people from other cities come to look at how the Trade Center was built, for example, in Denver, and are using the same method.
The site posed another major challenge. The tunnels containing the PATH commuter rail lines lay underground within the excavation area. Over 130,000 passengers traveled daily on these lines.
They had to dig around these extremely ancient cast iron tunnels for the Hudson Tubes, what is now the PATH, Port Authority Trans-Hudson commuter line. And these were really, really old, fragile, literally tubes in which these trains ran. And to do the foundation work required almost microsurgery to excavate all around these and support them while they were doing all the foundation work and then raising the building over it.
The fragile tubes were supported in protective cradles 40 feet in diameter while excavation continued around them.
We had to protect them over about 4 years while we were building from scratch to completion. All the time, kept them running, never created inconvenience for the passengers.
Once excavation was complete, there was the burden of moving the excavated landfill. To remove the 1 million cubic yards or 100,000 truckloads worth of landfill, the solution by Austin Tobin seemed to be a win-win situation.
Instead of carting this dirt all the way to New Jersey or hauling it way out to sea, simply place it on the west side of West Street. But not just to dump it in the river, but to carefully contain it within a series of cofferdams, such as, in effect, you would be increasing the size of New York City.
All right, so we're pausing it one more time because the rest of the material for the 24-hour stream is self-explanatory. But this part right here about the construction is very important. They spent so much. First off, they had an impossible engineering feat to accomplish unless you had unlimited money. So they designed that bathtub. They're explaining how they spent so much time, care, expense, years insulating the foundation of those buildings from the Hudson River, and it would destabilize lower Manhattan. It would have ruined the whole thing. So that bathtub magically, I don't believe in magic, but magically on 9/11, those buildings, 3 buildings, all skyscrapers, de-verticalize without disturbing that bathtub. There is no leakage. They don't have to pump out the Hudson River. They don't have to start from scratch. It was very neatly done. And I'm still wondering to this day, 21 years later, how 18 hijackers with box cutters were able to do that tremendous engineering feat. Because if you think about it, let's set 9/11 aside for a second. You build these buildings from 1960s into 1974, tallest 2 buildings in the world until the Petronas Tower at the end of the 20th century. You got these 2 towers. Now, at some point, you're going to need modern internet access. You're going to need to be able to use cell phones inside there. You couldn't use cell phones very easily, very consistently inside those buildings. It was very sketchy. So at some point, they would have to de-verticalize those buildings and rebuild like a Freedom Tower. Now, that would be a very expensive operation because a lot of real estate in New York City would have been hindered, damaged by the de-verticalization of those 2 towers at the end of their intended life, their useful term as far as real estate and rentals go. Magically, the 18 hijackers accomplished this impossible real estate agenda, which they couldn't have got insurance to de-verticalize those towers legitimately. And magically, in a terrorist attack on 9/11, 2001, those buildings, 220 square acres of concrete reinforced with rebar, into dust, and nobody asked questions. I think the public at the time was traumatized. I don't blame them. But now that it's been 21 years, let's take an objective look at the construction of these buildings that they claim were destroyed by jet fuel. Continue to roll. Thanks, LD.
And that's precisely what they did. They measured out an area just west of West Street, which would extend 700 feet out into the Hudson River, and be 1,400 feet long. In other words, about the size of 6 city blocks.
They built a drum-shaped box of cellular cofferdams, a watertight enclosure to hold the material excavated from the building site.
These were really like big sunken cylinders, each 63 feet in diameter, each one filled with 6,000 cubic yards of sand. So you would create this barrier 700 feet out to the river and 1,400 feet long, behind which you would put the excavated fill and thus create 23 acres of new land.
As a result of the excavated material, the landfill created some of the most valuable real estate in the country. New York got $90 million worth of land that would eventually become Battery Park and the World Financial Center. Although the foundations were in place, there was still the problem of bringing thousands of tons of steel up over 100 floors. In past construction of skyscrapers, derricks were used. But a derrick had to be constantly lifted to a higher position, 1 floor at a time, costing several man-hours. Derricks also had to be powered from the ground, with extremely long cables running down through the floor already built. The answer was a self-powered crane that came from across the globe.
These were the so-called kangaroo cranes, nicknamed because they're coming from Australia, and they were put at the corner of each building. And what these kangaroo cranes essentially were able to do was to hoist themselves up with automatic machinery built into the crane such that the crane could rise as the building went up.
The crane's diesel motors supplied the power, driving a series of hydraulic lifts installed at the base of each corner.
Then an interesting problem at the very end is how do you get the kangaroo crane down? And the way that was done is they had to be disassembled and brought down by elevator.
The cranes would raise a structure unlike any in the world. Before the buildings would be finished, more radical construction and engineering methods would forever change how skyscrapers were built.
You may have just recognized one element of the World Trade Center that has become world famous. World famous for the worst of reasons. A large piece of the exterior skeleton, the skeleton that was part of the revolutionary construction methods used to build the Twin Towers, was the last element standing after the terrorist attack of September 11th. And although that last remaining upright structure has since been taken down, for the first few days after the tragedy, the image of a piece of that skeleton was in newspapers and on television around the world. Also, a word of warning. You're going to hear from the late Mr. Frank DeMartini again, and he's going to confidently describe how sturdy and secure the Twin Towers are, even if a plane were to crash into them. If you find that profoundly unnerving, you are not alone.
Construction of the Twin Towers began in August 1968. Architect Minoru Yamasaki would move away from conventional techniques with a completely different type of skeleton.
The common sense way of understanding the construction of a skyscraper, we think back to our childhood, is building it like an erector set. You have little pieces of steel which you hold together with rivets and grommets, and it's like building a cage. This is the normal way of building a steel skyscraper. It's a cage-like construction. You have vertical members and horizontal members, and you build little boxes, and you pile box upon box upon box, and thus you have a skyscraper. Yamasaki wanted something different.
What he decided on was a revolutionary way of constructing high-rises, the exterior skeleton system.
What Yamasaki came up with, in conjunction with structural engineers, is to make the skin of the building much stronger so that you wouldn't need internal columns.
Ever since, skyscrapers have been built with a network of interior supporting columns. Their exterior walls were merely curtain walls that admitted light and kept out the rain. But in the World Trade Center, its tough exterior walls would carry the vertical loads and have the strength to resist the enormous force of lateral winds as well. High-strength steel that had not been available before made this possible.
A good analogy, I think, to explain it is the World Trade Center towers are like stalks of celery. The rigidity comes from the outside, not from the inside. And this also accounts for their unique appearance.
The building was designed to have a fully loaded 707 crash into it. That was the largest plane at the time. I believe that the building probably could sustain multiple impacts of jetliners because this structure is like the mosquito netting on your screen door, this intense grid. And the jet plane is just a pencil puncturing that screen netting. It really does nothing to the screen netting.
To achieve this kind of strength, engineers conducted two comprehensive tests. The first was a boundary layer wind tunnel test. Scale models of the World Trade Center, along with a large section of the city, were put into a wind tunnel. Planners spent hours doing mathematical stress calculations of various wind effects on the building.
With the World Trade Center was the first time that for a high-rise building that comprehensive boundary layer wind tunnel studies had been performed. And previous to this, people had studied the effect of wind for aeronautical projects, for use in cars, designing cars, but for buildings it had not been used.
30 years later, that type of testing is standard practice in the structural engineering industry. The second was a human sensitivity test.
They created a very interesting experiment. The bait for this particular experiment is they were offering free eye examinations. And unbeknownst to the people, while they were getting their eye exam, it was a legitimate deal. They did get the eye exam. But what they didn't know was that the room in which the eye examination was taking place was being subjected to variable forces of sway. And what they were trying to determine is how much sway would the average person tolerate before he or she started to object.
Amazingly, people tolerated sway equivalent to that caused by 150-mile-per-hour winds. The exterior skeleton system also allowed for a maximum of open, usable, and rentable column for each 110 stories high, could have produced a maze of elevators. Tobin and Yamasaki avoided that problem by borrowing a key concept from New York's famed subway system. They proposed dividing each tower building into 3 parts or zones. Each zone would have its own lobby, and people would be able to transfer from express to local in the 2nd and 3rd zones. Initially, the idea was almost shot down.
Austin Tobin, who was the executive director of the Port Authority, had a blue ribbon panel of architectural experts. And the blue ribbon panel unanimously said that the tenants would never accept such an arrangement, that had never been done before, and that people would not tolerate the waste of time of taking 2 separate elevators to reach their destination.
But Tobin continued to move forward, and even asked Otis Elevator to build pioneering elevators with sliding doors in both the front and the rear. The first people in the elevator were also the first people out.
As it turns out, people readily accepted it because the truth was that this system, even though it involved 2 rides, the express ride and the local ride, actually saved time and resulted in a shorter wait.
We're essentially 3 buildings stacked one on top of another. A unique concept now used in numerous other super high-rise buildings around the world, whether it be Shanghai or Malaysia, but very innovative at its time.
During the building of the World Trade Center, each problem faced by engineers and contractors resulted in a revolutionary solution.
This building is not just a machine, it's an intelligent machine, or a smart machine. And one of the things that, again, the Port Authority was way out ahead of everybody else in really marshaling the best, not just structural engineering minds, but also the best electrical and electronic engineering minds.
All of these pioneering ideas created a complex that was structurally sound and incredibly efficient. Its strength and its very existence would be most severely tested not by high winds or a jet airplane, but by an unforeseen and appalling act.
That terrorist act took place in 1993, an explosion that killed 6 people but left the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center essentially intact. What no one could foresee was the terrorist attack of September 11th. It destroyed both buildings entirely and killed thousands of innocent people. One of those innocent people was Mr. Frank DeMartini. Both he and his wife were in his office when the first plane hit. He sent her down the stairs and safely out of the building while he stayed and tried to help others. Mr. DeMartini is also the gentleman from whom you just heard, who correctly yet eerily pointed out that the World Trade Center could withstand a blow from a 707 jetliner. But physicists and engineers agree that no building, certainly no building anyone would want to work or live in, could withstand the intense heat generated by the burning jet fuel from a fully loaded 767 used as a weapon of mass destruction. Like the rest of us, the late Mr. DeMartini could never have imagined such a thing.
On February 26, 1993, a horrific act of international terrorism struck the United States. In an attempt to bring down the Twin Towers, Islamic terrorists called the Fifth Liberation Army planted a bomb equivalent to 2,200 pounds of TNT in the parking garage of the second-floor basement of Tower 1 at the World Trade Center. At 12:18 p.m., a huge explosion left 6 people dead and more than 1,000 injured.
It was just a day that you don't forget. I wasn't injured at all in the bombing. I just was hit by a falling ceiling tile, and I guess it wasn't my time. I was about 150 feet from ground zero. And I took the elevators down to the B2 and I just entered the door to my office, and the bomb went off. All I remember is a tremendous loud sound and a blast of wind going behind me, and the secretary that was walking with me that day, and she was heading down the hall to the carpenter's office, both of her legs were broken by this blast of wind. She wasn't hit by anything other than the blast force. Then within about a half a second, my mind had realized that it was a bomb, and that's what I yelled to everyone in the office: "It's a bomb, get out."
The massive explosion ripped through the basement floor, creating a hole 100 feet wide, 4 stories deep, a tomb of crumpled cars, concrete, and twisted steel. However, the apocalyptic devastation hoped for by the terrorists did not come to pass.
There was much damage caused by the explosion, but it was all in the surrounding area and very little inside of the footprint of the building, despite the fact that the bomb was placed immediately adjacent to it.
Fortunately, the World Trade Center had been constructed to withstand hurricane winds of up to 150 miles per hour. The energy impact from those winds far exceeds the impact from the bombing. While the bomb was similar to the one that completely destroyed the Murrah building in Oklahoma City, the steel vertical columns of the World Trade Center did not flinch.
An analogy that one might put to that is if you take a firecracker and you put the firecracker on the ground and you put a can over it. Anyone who's done that realizes that the can goes shooting up in the air and the ground doesn't move. Well, the building was analogous to the ground. It didn't really move. That wall was very strong relative to anything else around, and so the force of the explosion, the shock wave, basically hit that surface and reflected.
All that it caused was a crack in one of the support columns that you could stick a dollar bill through on one side. The other 3 sides of the column remained intact, and the loads just transferred to all the other structural steel in the complex.
What concerned engineers most was the bathtub-like 7-story basement of the Trade Center complex that keeps out the waters of New York Harbor. The horizontal basement floors that formed the lateral support for the bathtubs had been destroyed. The loss of the basement floors meant that the support of the bathtub walls was in question. The entire wind load is carried to these columns. New York's weather forecast presented an even greater sense of urgency.
There was concern, particularly since there was a windstorm predicted for the following week, that some of these columns might in fact get some additional load due to the windstorm and would buckle. Columns can be like rulers. If you push on them enough, they'll just buckle out to the side at a given point.
Within 36 hours, the damaged structural column and remaining columns were given solid additional bracing. Cleaning the extensive debris was another priority.
It was a massive, almost like Normandy or D-Day. The cleanup operation was on a heroic scale. The engineering reconstruction was on a heroic scale.
Working round the clock, an army of engineers, maintenance people, and construction workers removed over 6,000 tons of debris. Final cleanup and repair costs reached more than $500 million. 20 days after the blast, the World Trade Center reopened its doors. The first tenant to move back into his office was New York Governor Mario Cuomo.
It's clean, it's comfortable, don't worry about it.
New emergency communications were installed at key locations, and increased security for truck deliveries and pickups were implemented. Tenants and visitors conducting business at the World Trade Center now wear electronic identification badges, and access to the basement parking lots is restricted to tenants only.
There was a loss of life. Some of my friends were killed in this incident. But it shows the tremendous resiliency and strength of these 2 towers, that such a significant event resulted in what was amazingly not that much property damage, and what could have been a real tragedy, only 6 people were killed here, rather than the tens of thousands that the terrorists wanted to kill.
It was a symbolic act more than a murderous act. The World Trade Center is a symbol, an icon, a representation, not just of the port of New York and New Jersey, or of Lower Manhattan, or of Wall Street, but indeed of the capitalist system, and by extension, all of America.
Now more than ever before, the World Trade Center could be seen as a symbol of New York's strength and resilience.
Great engineering projects like this become another way of our continuing to tell a story about who and what we are. You know, that's one of the ways that civilization reproduces itself. And sometimes we have to write these things out real big and then look at all the small stuff that goes into them, floor by floor by floor.
Of course, the World Trade Center is gone now, reduced to a massive pile of rubble. The bombing of 1993 dwarfed by the horror of September 11th, 2001, when 2 hijacked passenger jets were turned into terrorist weapons and flown head-on into the Twin Towers. It is yet to be decided what will go there in its place. Some are suggesting a similar structure, a new symbol, this time of perseverance and perhaps defiance. Others are talking about a memorial to the thousands of innocent civilians who died on that day. But whatever is put in its place, there will always be a World Trade Center towering in the memory of every American. I'm Harry Smith. Thanks for watching. Since this show was produced, we had the opportunity to talk again with Professor Angus Gillespie about his reaction to the terrible tragedy of September 11th. That's coming up next, after the break. We are joined now by Dr. Angus Cress Gillespie, a professor of American Studies at Rutgers University and the author of The Twin Towers, The Life of New York City's World Trade Center. Thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Are you able to comprehend yet what happened to those buildings?
No, I'm shocked. When I drove in to New York and I looked over there, they weren't there. And of course, I've been reading the news for the last 3 weeks. I should know, but I'm still stunned by the absence. It's like a kid with his teeth knocked out.
Why do you think they were targets?
Well, I argue in my book that the Twin Towers are not just a pair of skyscrapers, but symbols. And it's not too hard to figure out why. Because of their proximity to Wall Street, by inference that they're identified with American capitalism, American finance, and by implication, the entire American way of life.
And isn't it interesting in a way, they're called the World Trade Center, yet they never really were a center of world trade.
It was the intention originally of the Port Authority to make it a center of world trade, and they made a good faith effort initially to recruit importers, exporters, freight forwarders, customs house brokers, steamship companies. But the scheme unraveled because the price of the rentals went up and up and up, and these mom and pop companies were sort of squeezed out and replaced by blue chip companies in the finance industry. All the more reason why they're identified with American finance and capitalism. I think it's no coincidence that the terrorists chose the symbol of American military might, the Pentagon, and the symbol of American financial might, the Twin Towers. They were perfect symbolic targets.
Is it too early to say that the terrorist attack would be a pivotal mark in our, not only our culture, but in our history?
I've been thinking about that, and I think that's a fair statement. I think that people are saying to each other, where were you when you learned that this happened? And I don't remember this since the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I mean, this is something that really changes our worldview. We will, all of us, remember where we were when we learned of this.
It's so recent still, and we're in the throes of still trying to understand exactly what it all means. And I'm not sure any of us really have a clear idea of what especially the long-lasting effects are going to be.
Yeah. Well, we Americans, we like to think of ourselves as the good guys. And we're always shocked when we learn that somebody doesn't like us. And I think that going back to that symbolic component, that American capitalism and American financial life depends on a number of assumptions. The fluidity of capital, the mobility of labor, the kind of secular assumption that everything has its price and can be bought and sold. And I think these ideas that we take for granted are deeply offensive to much of the rest of the world.
So much was anticipated when this building was built. 150-mile-an-hour hurricane force winds, even as Frank DeMartini talked about. the crash of a 707 into the superstructure. Could anyone have possibly foretold or thought for a second that terrorists would use jumbo jets as weapons of mass destruction to attack these buildings?
No, I don't think so. I remember specifically talking to Frank DeMartini about this and other structural engineers, what were the stresses and strains. And indeed, they did build it to withstand the impact of a jetliner. Of course, what they had in mind was an accident. Nobody envisioned kamikaze jetliners. And nobody envisioned the degree of high concept planning that these would be West Coast bound planes with a full load of fuel, which I'm told have the equivalent of 4 tanker trucks worth of fuel. And no building, I think, can be built to withstand that. It's a whole new ball game.
There's so much sentiment right now about rebuilding the buildings. At this point in time, good idea or bad idea?
Emotionally, I would love to see them rebuilt exactly as they were, tit for tat. Intellectually, I'm skeptical. There's a lot of good reasons not to do it.
Dr. Gillespie, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Good evening.
Completed in 1974, the Twin Towers remain the tallest buildings in New York City. That's a venerable accomplishment, given the city's long history of erecting skyscrapers to rival those that came before. But neither the World Trade Center nor any other tall building would have been possible without 2 engineering developments.
First, the elevator. You can't have a tall office building without the elevator. And the first commercial building that was built with an elevator was the Equitable Life Assurance Company's headquarters on Broadway, built in the late 1860s. The next major advance was the development of the steel skeleton frame, which occurs in 1888 when the Tower Building is built, which was probably the world's first building with a steel skeleton frame.
With the steel skeleton and the elevator, the Manhattan skyline began an extraordinary transformation.
Within only a few years after the Tower Building was completed in the late 1880s, you have enormous skyscrapers being built that were rising 20, 30 stories. These would not have been possible either if the economics hadn't changed, if banking and commerce and trade and the insurance businesses weren't growing.
During the first decades of the 20th century, some of New York's most famous skyscrapers were built. In 1903, the Flatiron Fuller Building. In 1909, the Metropolitan Life Tower. And in 1913, the Woolworth Building. The next great growth of skyscrapers occurred in the 1920s.
It culminated in 1930 and 31 with buildings like the Chrysler Building. And of course,
give me just a moment.
Yeah, it might have been like a glitch in the matrix right there. So pay attention.
I should have caught that last year, but
that's right. LD just re-rendered this whole clip, which is like a 24-hour clip right before it ended, like 3 minutes before the live stream. So doing it live.
It's a 40 gig file. Done just in the nick of time. Okay, let's try it here.
So Pfeiffer, videotaping. It was just another call, and I'm riding with the battalion chief.
All right, so pause it. I can give context for wherever you're at right here. All right, so that's one of the Naudet brothers. Oh, let me turn camera back on. The only footage of the North Tower exploding, according to the official story, comes from these French filmmakers / Mossad agents, the Naudet brothers. The reason I put the question mark there is more recently, they are the official documentarian filmmakers for the CIA. They filmed every living CIA director and put them in a documentary a couple years ago. But their claim to fame was being with the FDNY firefighters checking a gas leak, allegedly, during 9/11. And while they're filming the gas leak, the plane that's coming from over here, when the filmmaker hears it, he goes straight up to the tower to where the plane hits. It's like a perfect shot. He zooms in, and that is the only footage known to the public on the planet, right? So cutting back to the clip, this is one of the introductory clips of the official footage of 9/11. I just want you to know that it kicks off with World Trade Center 1, the North Tower, where I worked on the 96th floor as a consultant at Marsh & McLennan, and the Naudet brothers that morning are outside with the fire department going on a routine call to check a gas leak in the middle of the street near the towers. And one of the Naudet brothers is able to take his camera and go right up. I mean, once you see the footage, you'll see how incredible it is. And by incredible, I mean, you might not think it's credible when you understand that he's the only piece of footage, and it wasn't shown to the public till the day after 9/11. So on a day of 9/11, nobody saw how the North Tower exploded except the Naudet brothers. So go ahead and continue to roll it. Thank you, LD.
Jules had only been shooting for a few weeks. Before that, Gideon was the main cameraman.
Every time the battalion goes, I go. You know, I just need to practice, so I shoot. And I don't stop.
You wanted to check the water gas pocket over here? Oh, the gas mains right here. Right down there.
We checked the area with meters, and it was kind of routine and pretty simple.
It was 8:46 in the morning.
And then we heard a plane come over, and in Manhattan, you don't hear planes too often, especially loud ones.
Right then and there, I
60 Minutes overtime.
You're going in there, bro. Get out!
I was actually in the shower, and my cell phone and the landline were both ringing at the same time, which nobody ever calls us on a landline. So I answer the phone, and it's the national desk, and everybody thought it was just a plane crashed into a building in Lower Manhattan. So we jump in the news car and we go down, and then we realize what's going on. The very first thing I shot was of the tower. I'm actually standing on our news vehicle, on the roof of it. We're on the West Side Highway, and it was just in order to get a better perspective of what's going on.
What happened?
What? The building collapsed. Part of the building collapsed. At least that's what I think happened. Everybody's running like...
There was so much dust and the street signs were hard to see that it never really dawned on me that one tower already came down.
Don't worry, don't worry. Come on, where's your... Over here.
There was a gentleman, he has 2 briefcases, and I asked him, hey, can I talk to you for a minute?
Can I ask you a couple questions? I'd rather not. I just had a bad day.
He said, I've had a really bad day. So I just gave him his space and continued to leave. The noise of the second tower collapsed. To me, it sounded like a jet flying over. That's why I panned up. And then you see the tower collapsing.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is capture real moments. You just kind of follow and try not to get in anyone's way, but document real moments of what's going on.
What'd you see?
Everything. I saw chaos. It's just chaos out here, it really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy.
It was a day of unimaginable horror, a level of destruction few Americans could ever have imagined. But of all the shocking images, it was this frozen moment which has come to symbolize the human cost of 9/11. Beneath the dust was Marcy Borders. She had run from her office in the North Tower, trying to find safety.
Every time I inhaled, my mouth just filled up with it. I was choking. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I was just like, saying to myself and saying out loud that I didn't want to die. I didn't want to die.
Marcy survived, but the effect of that day reverberated through her life like it did for so many. Gripped by depression, she descended into alcoholism and drug abuse, losing custody of her children. But 4 years ago, she went into rehab and turned her life around. Then, like many people caught at ground zero, Marcy was diagnosed with cancer. She blamed the particles she breathed in on September the 11th. Hers was far from the only personal image from the Twin Towers attack, but the moment of despair meant it was printed in newspapers around the world.
It's the look, the element of shock, and it is personalised, something that was so vast, people are still having trouble dealing with it. That photograph takes you back to a point in time that will remain locked in time forever.
It is a legacy Marcy Borders eventually came to accept. Today her daughter said not only is she the Dust Lady, but she is my hero. Duncan Golostani, ITV News.
September 11th, 2001. A day of grief. A day of courage. This is how that day unfolded.
My daughter called me. She said, a plane just flew into the World Trade Center. I said, nah, you gotta be kidding. It's gotta be a Piper Cub or some clown was flying down the river.
At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston, with 92 aboard, traveling at a speed of 470 miles per hour, strikes the North Tower of the World Trade Center complex. Within minutes, officials coordinate the citywide emergency response. Their base of operations is a state-of-the-art command center located on the 23rd floor of 7 World Trade Center. With one tower in flames, the tragedy is only beginning. It is 9:03 when United Airlines Flight 175, with 65 aboard, traveling at the speed of 590 miles per hour to the South Tower of the World Trade Center. This aircraft strikes the corner of the South Tower. It rips a diagonally shaped gash from the 84th to the 78th floors. The South Tower lasts only 56 minutes before it succumbs at 9:59 a.m. The dust cloud billows outward for blocks. Victims stagger away. At 10:28, the television mast atop the North Tower spears straight down.
Once the collapse started, there really wasn't any way to stop it. It was just going to go all the way down once it got started.
Chaos in New York City. Power is down in Lower Manhattan. Phone lines jammed with more than 230 million calls. Hundreds of firefighters trapped in the towers. Hundreds more race to the scene. Falling debris from the collapse of the North and South Towers ignites fires in the neighboring buildings of the World Trade Center. World Trade 4, 5, and 6 are ablaze. World Trade 7, the building housing the city's command center, burns unchecked for 7 hours. At 5:20, it collapses. The city's emergency nerve center is destroyed.
Somewhere in that time, and it's very hard to keep track of time during this, they had been ordered to evacuate number 7 by the Port Authority. To this day, we don't know who gave that order, but whoever it was saved a lot of people's lives.
With New York a war zone, some residents walk across
beneath the debris field. There were voids that had to be searched for possible live people.
September 11th, 2001, the longest and most tragic day in New York's history, is drawing to a close.
Eight years after the most devastating terror attack on American soil, the accused architects of 9/11 will be transferred from military custody at Guantanamo Bay, where they've been held for years, to a federal lockup in New York and tried in a civilian courthouse just blocks from Ground Zero.
I fully expect to direct prosecutors to seek the death penalty against each of the alleged 9/11 conspirators.
Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the self-proclaimed mastermind of 9/11, is the headline defendant. But the others are also major al-Qaeda players. Walid bin Attash, known as Khalad, is accused of running terror camps. Ramzi bin al-Shibh, the government says, trained the 9/11 hijackers. And money men Ali Abdul Aziz Ali and Mustafa al-Hassawi allegedly helped pay for the attacks.
Our family is looking for justice.
John Cartier, who lost his brother James on 9/11, is looking forward to confronting the suspects.
Look these guys right in the eye and, maybe have a few choice words for them.
But other families are angry with the Obama administration's decision to bring top suspected terrorists to the United States.
My son was murdered, inhumanely murdered by terrorists.
Judith Reese, who clutched a photo of her dead son during a recent visit to Guantanamo, thinks the al-Qaeda suspects may cause more pain once they're moved to New York.
They are going to be able to sit and gloat over what they've done.
Beyond the emotional worries are legal concerns about the case. The suspects were subjected to harsh interrogation techniques, for years held in secret prisons with no access to attorneys. And Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's confession came after he was waterboarded 183 times in 1 month. Still, CBS News legal analyst Andrew Cohen says the government can prevail.
The fact that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is going to stand trial in federal court in New York means the government has extra evidence that doesn't rely upon his statements, that it feels that it can win a case without this waterboarding information.
And the Justice Department has a strong record in terror cases with an 88% conviction rate. The blind Sheikh Abdul Rahman and World Trade Center bomber Ramzi Youssef, for example, were both convicted in New York. Some critics, though, worry another high-profile terror trial will make New York even more of a target for radicals. But Attorney General Holder says security forces will be ready.
And I am quite confident that they can meet the security challenges posed by this case.
It will be several months before any trial can begin. In fact, the prisoners won't be transferred to other top terror suspects at Gitmo remain in some kind of legal limbo. Katie? And Bob, if all the 9/11 suspects have already admitted their guilt, why a trial? Well, they have essentially confessed, many of them, in a number of forums. When I was at the military tribunal at Guantanamo, says he thinks that can happen. And Bob, this is a major step, I know, towards President Obama's promise of shutting Guantanamo down. So what happens next? It's still a mess, Katie. There's still 200 prisoners at Guantanamo Bay. Many of them will be sent to other countries. Some will be released. There's still a hardcore number of about 10 to 12 terrorists that they don't know what to do with. And the problem of Guantanamo today apparently took a political casualty of sorts. We learned today that White House Chief Counsel Greg Craig announced his intention to resign. Craig was in charge of designing the shutdown Guantanamo policy, and now we know that's badly behind schedule. In fact, Eric Holder said again today they will not make the January 22nd deadline. Katie?
All right, Bob Orr reporting from Washington tonight. Thanks very much.
It's the tragedy that rocked New York City and the nation. And for the first time, a trial has been set for early 2021 against the 5 men accused of plotting the September 11th terror attacks. Our next guest helped develop the CIA's enhanced interrogation program and personally interrogated 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Joining us now with his reaction is author of Enhanced Interrogation, Dr. James Mitchell. Doctor, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So why has this trial taken so long? It was about over a decade ago that you heard a confession from Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Why the delays?
It's because President Obama and his AG Holder set aside that confession so that they could take a victory lap and claim credit for prosecuting him. But Congress wouldn't let him, so it was moved back to Gitmo. KSM subsequently confessed to an FBI clean team and then pled not guilty. And now his attorneys are trying to get that second confession thrown out.
So what do you anticipate to happen in this trial?
What I anticipate is what we've seen. You know, his attorneys and the attorneys for his co-conspirators have turned this into a circus. What they've done is unleashed a tidal wave of pre-trial motions and legal maneuvers that has just swamped the court. And it's been going, you know, prosecutors have been asking for a trial date since 2012. And up until now, they haven't had a judge who is willing to make a determination and set that date. Hopefully this will change.
Now
the other thing,
yeah.
let me address the other piece of this thing. I think what his attorneys are trying to do is humanize him. I think what they're trying to do is make us feel sorry for him because the CIA was mean and the FBI was devious and these guys should be pitied because they're the ones who are wronged in this thing. But they killed almost 3,000 people, and they would do it again if they had the chance.
Now, you personally interrogated KSM. Do you feel that he warrants being humanized based on what you saw?
Well, originally what he told me was that he wanted to plead guilty and martyr himself. But I think what happened after that was once the confession got set aside and his attorneys got to him, he decided that his God was telling him that the right thing to do was to drag this out as long as possible so he could spread his jihadi message and you know, and eat up American money and time and demoralize the people. You know, this delay has cheated the victims and their families out of justice. The military commission so far has bent over backwards in a one-sided way to be sure to be overly fair to the killers, and in doing so have cheated the victims of 9/11 out of their own justice.
Is there a light at the end of the tunnel for these families? It has been incredibly frustrating for them. They feel like there's been no justice. This has been going on forever. Is there hope for them here?
I hope so. You know, my feeling is that once they look at the evidence, it would be difficult for me. I spent 22 years in the military, and I've said on court-martial boards, once you look at the evidence, it's going to be hard to conclude that those men aren't guilty of the things that they have confessed twice to doing, although one of them can't be used in the court. And I would make one other point, if I could quickly, and that is that this is another reason to vote for Donald Trump in 2020, because who knows what that trial will turn into if you get some leftist in there who apologizes for the jihadists. We need to be sure that there's a strong person who cares more for America than they do the politically correct sense of fairness that comes from being overly fair to these terrorists.
Doctor, thanks so much for being here today. Really appreciate your input on this important issue.
Thank you.
So
Sir, I'm not a fireman. I'm just telling these guys where to go. Just stay where you are. If you got to break a window, break a window.
The 110-story World Trade Center towers were designed to withstand the impact of a commercial jetliner. Yet within 2 hours of the attacks, both collapsed. So why did the Twin Towers fail so disastrously and so quickly? Under public pressure, the U.S. government commissions a $16 million investigation from the National Institute of Standards and Technology in an attempt to explain the structural failures of the towers. They examine the debris from the disaster, run hundreds of computer simulations, and conduct extensive lab tests. The official government report into the Twin Towers tragedy only tackled events on the initial impact floors, not the physics behind the subsequent collapse. It left the field wide open for conspiracy theorists who point to the unexpectedly rapid collapse amid reports of explosions. Nuclear chemist Dr. Frank Greening was also surprised that the towers collapsed so quickly.
I watched this whole thing unfold like everybody did, and then of course the South Tower collapses. The top section just crushes the lower section. A little later the North Tower does the same thing, and I'm just shocked, horrified, and I say to myself, how could this happen?
Greening felt that until the mechanics of the collapse were properly understood, the fanatical rumors would simply not go away. He decided to calculate whether the towers would collapse under their own weight, without the need for explosives.
First thing I felt needed to be cleared up was, could the building collapse the way we saw it, or did it actually need help from explosives, as some people were suggesting? I really threw myself into 9/11 research, and I decided I wanted to apply science, physics to studying this problem. I set up a computer program based on momentum transfer to look at each impact of each floor.
Greening's momentum transfer program calculated the weight of the buildings above the impact floors. He discovered that if one floor failed, the weight of the higher floors would cause each floor below to give way exactly as seen. As the impacts were on different floors, The simulation would need to account for the differing mass above each. There were 15 floors above the impact point in the North Tower and 22 floors above the South Tower. Frank's calculations would also need to prove that the floors below each impact point would disintegrate in a manner that looks similar to a controlled demolition.
I ran the program. It showed that the buildings would indeed come down. Even more interesting was the computer program predicted the collapse times.
The North Tower falls in 13 seconds, but with a greater number of floors above the impact site of the South Tower, it takes only 11 seconds.
There was no stopping it. It was a juggernaut. The mass of the upper block in the North Tower is equivalent to the mass of the Titanic. It's about 38,000 tons.
Explosion has hit another building near the World Trade Center. So, folks, obviously we're going to try to sort this out. This is a developing situation, but...
At the scene there, on the right-hand side, there are some new developments in New York City. We do believe that there was another blast after the two that rocked the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center towers. We are trying to determine now if this was a consequence of one of those two earlier attacks, or perhaps this was a separate explosion.
Or it was a separate explosion.
Right.
That's what we're trying to sort out. But it's beginning to appear that there was a separate explosion, but again, that cannot be sorted out at this moment.
Audrey, if you would hold on for 1 second, we just also want to report now, the Associated Press now reporting that an explosion has hit another building near the World Trade Center. We were speculating at that point whether it was a consequence of the original attacks. Now it appears to be another explosion hitting another building near the World Trade Center. Audrey, with
evacuated out of the immediate area. I mean, clearly fearing that the World Trade Center Twin Towers would collapse, and indeed they were proved right. And another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed. But I haven't been able to listen to the local stations. I'm afraid the local television stations are running this in very American style as a drama. But I haven't been able to listen to the local stations. I'm afraid Center Twin Towers would collapse, and indeed they were proved right. And another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed, but proved right. And another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed, but I haven't been able to listen to the local stations. I'm afraid the local television stations are running this in very American style as a drama. I think they're just going from minute to minute as we are. It's as I said, it's less than 2 hours since this first attack, and New York just devastated, and scenes of terror.
We don't really know much about the other two. There's been an attack on the other World Trade Center, an attack on the other World Trade Center.
Right, and another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed, but
there's been an attack on the other World Trade Center, and also
indeed they were proved right, and another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed, but
we saw the first come down with a terrible bang.
And another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed, but
He saw the south face just after the North Tower had collapsed, slamming debris into it.
We're looking at the upper floors of Tower 7. You can see columns gone, floors collapsed, heavy smoke coming out, and fire. The upper floors were an inferno.
And then he had to go into that building to assess it.
You could hear the building creak above us. You could hear things fall. You could hear the fire burning. You could see columns just hanging from the upper floors, gaping holes in the floors up above us. There was an elevator car that was blown out of the shaft and it was down the hall. There was an elevator car that was blown out of the shaft and it was down the hall. this is, the massive impact from the fall of Tower 1 onto Tower 7.
Yeah, here's one of the guys who can tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something?
Stops about there.
You gotta get back. Get back. All right. Don't worry about me. We need to make calls right now. All right. All right. Get back. All right. Don't worry about me. We need to make calls right now. All right. You want to call your mother or something?
Here right now, just off Broadway by City Hall with Michael Hess, who is the city's corporation counsel. Mr. Hess, you were trapped in, I believe, 7 World Trade Center. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was. I was up in the emergency management center on the 23rd floor, and when all the power went out in the building, another gentleman and I walked down to the 8th floor where there was an explosion, and we've been trapped on the 8th floor with smoke, thick smoke all around us for about an hour and a half. But the New York Fire Department, as terrific as they are, just came and got us out.
Well, why did you happen to be at that particular place when the explosions took place?
Well, the emergency management center is where city officials go when there is any emergency such as this one.
And of course, the collapses since then. We're going to bring more of those to you now. Barry Jennings, you're on the 8th floor. You work for the city housing department. Explain to me the moment of impact.
Well, me and Mr. Hess, the corporation counsel, were on the 23rd floor. I told him we got to get out of here. We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hess. I said, this is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here. I took a fire extinguisher and I bust the window out. That's when this gentleman here heard my cries for help. This gentleman right here, and he kept saying, stand by, somebody's coming to get you. They couldn't get to us for an hour because they couldn't find us.
You thought that was it?
I thought we're dead. I was trapped in there for several hours. I was trapped in there when both buildings came down. All this time, I'm hearing all types of explosions. All this time, I'm hearing explosions.
It has been a mystery since 9/11. Why did World Trade Center Building 7 collapse nearly 7 hours after the Twin Towers fell? Was it diesel fuel in the building? Or planted explosives? A controlled demolition of government offices, as conspiracy theorists allege in films like Loose Change. A team of scientists and engineers authorized by Congress says there's only one answer, and it's conclusive.
The collapse of World Trade Center 7 was primarily due to fires. This is the first time that we're aware of that a building over 15 stories tall has collapsed primarily due to fire.
Cheyenne Thunder.
New York City, 2001. No tall building had ever collapsed primarily due to fire. But that's exactly what investigators believe happened to the 47-story World Trade Center Building 7 on September 11th. According to a 3-year comprehensive building and fire safety investigation just completed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST.
World Trade Center 7 collapsed because of fires. We really have a new kind of progressive collapse that we have discovered here, which is a fire-induced progressive collapse. And in fact, we have shown for the first time that fire can induce a progressive collapse.
NIST used detailed data describing the building and its contents to create the most complex computer simulation of a structure collapse ever made. Falling debris from Tower 1 started fires on 10 floors in Building 7. A break in the city water main from the collapse of the towers disabled sprinklers in the lower half of WTC 7, allowing fires on those floors to burn for 7 hours. The NIST computer model was validated with evidence from videos, photos, witness accounts, and other data. It shows that heat from fires expanded long support beams, causing connections and floors to fail.
So you look at the floors failing here, and eventually this column 79 is going to buckle, it fails, and then the entire vertical progression takes place.
The buckled column caused additional collapsed floors and falling debris that removed support from adjacent interior columns. A chain reaction then caused other interior columns to fail in quick succession. The outside shell of the building fell. The NIST team found no evidence that explosives were involved in the collapse.
And our analysis showed that even the smallest explosive charge that was capable of bringing down the critical column in the building, had it occurred, we would have seen sound levels of 120 to 130 decibels about a half a mile away. That would have been an incredibly loud sound, and that sound was not picked up by any of the videos or witnesses that we have talked to.
The team found that World Trade Center 7's design was generally consistent with the relevant building codes when it was built.
Our high-rise buildings in this country are very, very safe. Having a collapse of this nature is a very rare event.
Nevertheless, to ensure that buildings do not collapse in fires, even when sprinklers fail or are not present, the NIST team urges reevaluation of the fire performance of structures with long-span floors and other design elements similar to WTC-7. The team's report also calls for stronger codes, standards, and practices so that other buildings don't suffer the same fate.
This is Truth in Media. I'm Ben Swan, and today on the show we're taking a look at two new bombshell developments on the attacks of 9/11. The first, that for the very first time, the fire commissioners of the New York Fire District have voted unanimously to call for a new investigation into 9/11. It's based on evidence, they say, of explosives bringing down those buildings. Listen.
The overwhelming evidence presented in said petition demonstrates beyond any doubt that pre-planted explosives and/or incendiaries, not just airplanes and the ensuing fires, caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings.
And the second bombshell, a new $300,000 study has been published by the University of Alaska, and it proves that World Trade Center 7, the third building to come down on 9/11, did not come down the way the federal agencies have claimed for years. We're going to show you exactly what that study has found. All of it today on Truth in Media. Well, hey everyone, welcome to the program. A lot to get to today regarding new developments on the attacks of 9/11. But before we go further, I want to talk about our amazing sponsor for this segment, PureVPN. We all know how important it is to protect your privacy online, and PureVPN does exactly that. With fast, secure, anonymous VPN IPs, military-grade encryption, and a global network of VPN servers starting at just $2 a month. Directly support the Truth in Media podcast by signing up at truthinmedia.com/VPN and keep your identity protected. Now, back to the two big developments I've been telling you about that, of course, mainstream media is completely ignoring, pretending as if none of these things have happened. The first, as I mentioned, is this pretty remarkable resolution calling for a new investigation into 9/11. It was made just a few weeks ago by the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District in New York City. The Board of Fire Commissioners just weeks ago unanimously passed a resolution claiming, quote, overwhelming evidence of pre-planted explosives and/or incendiaries, which they say caused the destruction of the 3 World Trade Center buildings. Here's a clip from that meeting on August 1st of this year.
Whereas the victims of 9/11, their families, the people of New York City, and our nation deserve that every crime related to the attacks of September 11, 2001 be investigated to the fullest, and that every person who was responsible face justice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Fire Commissioners of the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District fully supports a comprehensive federal grand jury investigation and prosecution of every crime related to the attacks of September 11th, 2001, as well as any and all efforts by other government entities to investigate and uncover the full truth surrounding the events of that horrible day.
I'm going to put the resolution to a vote. Commissioner Malloy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lyons? Aye. Commissioner Zaragoza? Commissioner Blair?
Aye.
Commissioner Saltzman? Aye. Resolution passes.
Thank you.
So you heard there the call for the new investigation, but what does it actually mean? Well, the Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department, which oversees a volunteer fire department serving a hamlet of about 30,000 residents just outside of Queens, New York, became the first legislative body in the country, the very first, to officially support a new investigation into the events of 9/11. Now, all of this is happening on the backdrop of a brand new study published by the University of Alaska by Dr. Leroy Hulsey. Hulsey has a very accomplished background and has determined that there is only one way for World Trade Center 7, Building 7, to have come down. Just one way. Let's break it down for you right now in this reality check. It has been 18 years since the terror attacks of 9/11. On that day, 2 towers fell in New York City, right? Well, actually, that's wrong. 3 towers fell. The North and South Towers of the World Trade Center, also known as the Twin Towers, and a third building, World Trade Center Building 7. In fact, here is video of Building 7 as it came crashing down that day. 6 years ago, I went to New York to report on a campaign to raise awareness about Building 7. More to the point, to raise awareness that over 3,000 engineers say that building could not have fallen down the way that our government says it did. Well, now today we're going to release to you the results of a $300,000 study conducted by scientists at the University of Alaska. Those PhDs have used computer technology to prove that the way the National Institute of Standards and Technology says that Building 7 came down was not only wrong, it's impossible. Furthermore, they can now say with absolute certainty that there is only one way that build come down, and that is for the entire core of support beams to fail at the same time. So how can that happen? I'll show you in this reality check that you won't get anywhere else. Well, before we go further, I want to mention that this reality check is brought to you by the Life app. Every time you use the Life app to make a purchase, not only do you earn rewards and receive cash back, but you can also receive crypto back. It is, in fact, the easiest way to save money on purchases that you are already making every day at hundreds of retailers. But it's also the easiest way to get and to use cryptocurrency. Also, by using the Life app, you directly support Reality Check and the Truth in Media podcast. Sign up at truthinmedia.com/life, where you will be redirected to sign up there. So, it was 6 years ago that I traveled to New York City just before 9/11 to report on claims that were being made by the group Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. That claim was on 9/11, the third building that came down that day could only have been taken out through a total failure of support columns. That's what they were saying. Now, we would know this as something called a controlled demolition. Take a look.
And in a controlled demolition, when you have a core and an exterior, and you take the core out.
Fires fueled by office furnishings. It did not collapse from explosives or from fuel oil fires.
We really have a new kind of progressive collapse that we have discovered here, which is a fire-induced progressive collapse.
So to be clear, despite there being small and isolated fires on just a few floors, the 47-story Building 7 came down symmetrically into its own footprint in just under 7 seconds at 5:20 p.m. on 9/11. The official investigation into the collapse was conducted by NIST. It's an agency under the U.S. Department of Commerce, which concluded that, again, normal office fires were responsible for the failure of the structure, saying that falling debris from World Trade Center's North Tower flew and crashed into Building 7 and then ignited small office and furniture fires throughout several floors of the building. And that those fires burned for so long and so hot they caused thermal expansion and pushed beams off their girders, which led to the collapse of the building. But now this extensive study by the University of Alaska Fairbanks has proven that the NIST conclusion is actually wrong.
Created a solid model, an abacus, of the structural members in the northeast corner of the 13th floor of WTC 7. And a finite element analysis was then performed to replicate the results claimed in the NIST WTC7 report that girder A2001 was pushed or rocked off its seats at columns 44 and 79 to initiate the collapse of the building. And it's not possible for it to move the girder web beyond the seat claimed by NIST. And they're saying it got shoved off and it fell down. The fact of the matter is they didn't have the side plates on it. They weren't there in their model. So they wouldn't have found that.
The executive summary of the UAF study finds that, quote, fires could not have caused weakening or displacement of structural members capable of initiating any of the hypothetical local failures alleged to have triggered the total collapse of the building. Nor could any local failures, even if they had occurred, have triggered a sequence of failures that would have resulted in the observed total collapse. Well, this leads Dr. Halsey and his colleagues to this, quote, it is our conclusion based upon these findings that the collapse of World Trade Center 7 was a global failure involving the near simultaneous failure of all columns in the building and not a progressive collapse involving the sequential failure of columns throughout the building. Well, that failure of columns would mean that nearly all of the columns in the base of the building would have to have been taken out simultaneously. Remember, this is a building that on 9/11 was never hit by a plane. It simply collapsed. What's more, Dr. Halsey's conclusion does match a theory that has long been promoted by so-called 9/11 truthers, that explosives were actually used to bring down Building 7. So what you need to know is that in the history of fully completed and standing skyscrapers, there has never been a high-rise building that has collapsed from fire. It had never happened until NIST claimed that it happened at World Trade Center 7. What you need to know is that it took Dr. Halsey and his team more than 4 years to publish this study, which again used finite element computer simulations and high-tech computer modeling. And what they found was that despite the claims made by NIST, fire could not have brought down World Trade Center 7. The only reason NIST came to that conclusion was because they used wrong information to create their hypothesis.
Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself. Describe that. Now we go to videotape, the collapse of this building.
And what you need to know is that the models that Dr. Halsey used demonstrate that there is only one way the World Trade Center 7 could have fallen the way it did. The only way is the failure of every column at nearly the same time.
Time to see what looked like a skyscraper implosion. Looked like it had been done by a demolition crew.
It was almost as if it were a planned implosion.
That's a reality check. Let's talk about it on social media, if we still can. So the question now is, where do we go from here? The report is finished and the public comment on that report will be open until November 1st of this year, 2019. But this week also kicks off a tour of Dr. Halsey speaking about his findings in the study. There will also be events with the New York City Fire Commissioners who will be discussing their unanimous resolution. So joining me now to talk about all of these developments 18 years after 9/11 is Richard Gage. He is the president of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. And before we go to Richard, a shout out to our sponsor for this segment, Pulse Cellular. You can support the Truth in Media podcast by purchasing one of Pulse's no contract, no credit check plans, which include, by the way, unlimited talk, text, and 50 gigs of high-speed data, plus unlimited hotspot and zero-rated data usage on streaming apps. Get an additional 10% off your bill every month by signing up at truthinmedia.com/phone, and be sure to use the code TRUTH. So Richard, obviously, you guys have a lot planned. You have a news conference you're going to be holding at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. Tell me a little bit about what you're going to be revealing this year that people have not heard before.
Yeah, this is a very exciting year for us. We're bringing Christopher Gioia and Joseph T. from the Franklin Square Munson Fire District to Washington, D.C. because they're on fire, right? They want to tell the world the truth about what happened.
Hey, well, no less. Yeah.
Just to make it less confusing.
We need a few more Richards in this conversation. Richard G, no less. Yeah.
Just to make it less confusing.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, I think I'm ready to go. I got 2 backup recordings going, so.
Okay. Well,
hopefully the technology gods are with us, and I'll let you moderate. I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum because I know James only has an hour, and people want to hear Richard and James. They hear plenty of me, so I'll save it for later on in the show.
That's great. I just want to start by thanking everyone for coming. We've got a really good turnout here. As you know, most people here are the autonomy class, and we're here with Richard Gage, architects and engineers for 9/11, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, and Richard Grove, our host and navigator. Well, Richard Gage, could you just start by filling us in on what's going on with the Halsey report, maybe what it is and what you're hoping to do with it in September when you present it to the Attorney General, to give a bit of background on that, please?
You bet. This report is a major finite element analysis computer study by the University of Alaska. Professor Leroy Halsey, one of the top forensic structural engineers in the country, the Department of Civil Engineering, he's the dean of, well, the chair of, and getting a lot of background noise. I'll keep going then. It's too distracting, Chris.
Somebody is.
I'm not hearing it on my end, so.
Yeah, we've got some music going on.
Let me check the list.
It's the person called Case is causing the problem. Case.
Okay, Case, could you unmute, please? Sorry, Richard, go ahead.
Thanks. So this study, it comes from a very credible source, and we've got 3 years and $300,000 into it of the investment from those in the 9/11 Truth Movement. And Professor Halsey will be presenting at UC Berkeley on September 5th his conclusions. And of course, those conclusions have already been released. It is no surprise, fire did not bring down World Trade Center 7, the 47-story skyscraper that collapsed on 9/11 in 7 seconds, straight down uniformly. After witnesses hear explosions, this building drops like a rock at free fall acceleration. So what can cause that? Not fire, and that's the official cause of this building's collapse, as stated by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, who was tasked by Congress to explain this collapse to the American people, which they ultimately did 7 years after 9/11. So this is an extraordinary set of circumstances which we've been trying to blow the whistle on for 12 years now at Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, and on our website, ae911truth.org. And so this study now is in internal review by a group of 8 trusted technical experts in their fields, and it will be released on September 3rd, 4th, or 5th this year, just in time, of course, for the September 11th anniversary, the 19th anniversary. So this is a big deal. We will be sending 25,000 engineers across the country a postcard telling them about this study, encouraging them to look at it and to provide their feedback. And we will also be giving it to the U.S. Attorney, who has already promised in writing to impanel a special grand jury to look at the explosive evidence of all 3 World Trade Center skyscrapers on 9/11. So we have a huge lineup of activities in September 11th, which also includes the 5 fire commissioners in the Franklin Square district in New York. And they have unanimously voted for a resolution demanding a new investigation of 9/11, citing our evidence and this study as key backup components for them. So all this is going to happen at the National Press Club in a press conference that we will bring the fire district commissioners to, along with Professor Halsey, ourselves, and a few of the key family members of the victims of 9/11.
What do we know about the U.S. Attorney that is being presented to. Does a lot depend on their discretion? What do we know about that coming up?
Well, a lot of it depends on the discretion of the U.S. Attorney. Theoretically, the grand jury process is independent of the judicial system. It's like a fourth branch of the U.S. government, according to U.S. Supreme Court Justice of late, Anton Scalia. So they have incredible autonomy if they act on that autonomy. They're also subject to manipulations by U.S. district attorneys and other district attorneys as well. So we have in writing a promise to impanel this special grand jury. There's been a conversation between the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry, which did all the legwork for getting this to happen. Them and the U.S. Attorney, they have talked. And the U.S. Attorney wasn't able to tell them anything of substance, only that to indicate that he's proceeding according to the law. That's all he could say. So we really don't know specifically what that means.
So
but
September 5th.
We do expect to be called as expert witnesses and to bring in this finite element analysis and have Leroy Halsey be called in also to show them that this, at least this third building, could not have been brought down by fire alone. And of course, we have the evidence for the Twin Towers, very explosive evidence with thermite, nanothermite, forensic evidence, etc.
James Corbett, any thoughts or comments on that?
I think these are all incredibly important developments, and obviously we're all waiting to see how they'll proceed. And I will refrain from being too cynical and prejudging things. I mean, we are now approaching the 20th anniversary in a couple of years here, so it's a long time to wait for justice. And one wonders at what point do we start losing the ability to actually achieve justice. But I'm glad there are people out there that are still attempting to achieve it while we still have that opportunity.
Richard?
That's right. There's plenty of reason to be cynical. There's skeptical, we'll say. There's also more reason to be hopeful. And I'll cite among the metrics for that speculation on my part the support for AE 9/11 Truth. We received 120,000 hits on our website in the last the 4 days following the release of the Fire District Commissioner's demand for a new. There's never been a legislative body. These commissioners are elected and by the people to represent them and in their fire district, and they have unanimously demanded a new investigation, citing the forensic evidence of an explosive evidence at the World Trade Center, Twin Towers, and Building 7. We have been overwhelmed with support for our part in developing these commissioners and that resolution and providing them with evidence and so forth for a number of months now. So I think it'll all, I'm going to be hopeful and say on September 11th at this press conference, the National Press Club, that the media will be forced to pick it up because of, if not because of the 3,000 architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth that we represent, who are also demanding a new investigation, but because of this unprecedented action on the part of fire commissioners, Christopher Joya, the lead among them, who has stated that the head of the New York Association of Fire Districts has himself come out in favor of a new investigation, and I'm expected to speak early in September in New York at that body, and that's still being set up. We have been told by these fire commissioners that their grassroots work is very positive. So maybe it's just the time, you know. We know that Google and Facebook and Twitter have
had incredible censorship capability over all of our work in this body assembled here. And I think despite that, somehow, by word of mouth, perhaps mainly, not necessarily as much on social media, but people are picking it up. And I believe 20 to 30% of the people are aware that that something's rotten in the state of Denmark here.
Richard, perhaps beside the point, but can you slake my own personal curiosity about the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District, which I understand represents an area in Queens. It's a hamlet of 30,000 residents just outside of Queens. Is that right? And it's a volunteer fire department. What was their role in 9/11 or the cleanup?
Most of them were at the cleanup. One of them, Thomas Hetzel, died in one of the towers, I believe it was, and his wife and his mother were at the presentation where this vote was taken, and they are the inspiration behind the movement there. I've talked with Chris a few times now at length, and this man is on fire. He's not going to stop until every firefighter in New York and outside of New York State has been made aware of this evidence. So does that help, James?
Yes, it does. Just the other follow-up question would be, do you know if any of these members of this fire department were stricken by the respiratory illnesses or any sort of health effects?
Given that there are a lot more firefighters who have died since 9/11, I mean after 9/11, than on 9/11 by far, I can only imagine that that's the case, but that's speculation on my part. I'll find out for you, though.
Yeah, please do. I'd like to know the sort of the personal story of some of the people involved in this. Clearly, as I say, beside the point, but still, that is one of the major neglected aspects of 9/11, which we tend to think of as a single point in time, a single thing that happened on a single day and had consequences out from there. No, there are, as you point out, many, many people who have died and or are dying from the health effects of that day and the lies, the documented lies that we know were told by the EPA and Christine Todd Whitman in the days and weeks following that event. So that's an extremely important part of the story that unfortunately doesn't seem to get a lot of coverage in the alternative media. So I like to try to bring attention to that when I can. Right on.
That's a great point. And that may have come out in the big meeting that they had there. I don't have, well, actually, that portion of the meeting was actually short. It only lasted about 7 minutes. It was simply a reading of the resolution and the vote, and then they went on to other business. So there was no public comment, no discussion, but certainly Christopher Gioia will know the answer to that question. Great story, great idea for deepening the story.
Richard, who's doing a lot of research on the topic as well. Could you tell us a little bit more about him?
Ace Elevator had the contract for the modernization of these 100 elevator cabs in the two Twin Towers. They came out of nowhere to get this contract for the modernization, an unprecedented, the largest modernization in history. This probably should have gotten to Otis Elevator, who built these elevators and who had been maintaining them up until this time. But this company had this contract the 9 months prior to 9/11. And what's so interesting about this is that this could have given a group of operatives months in advance inside the core, the shafts with the elevator cabs, where the core columns are, to place critical shaped cutter charges, which we know the results of in terms of actual thermite, which is found by the USGS, for instance, the residue of thermite in all of these billions and billions of previously molten iron microspheres throughout all the World Trade Center dust. It's a key signature component. It's not even World Trade Center dust unless it has these unknown origin, previously molten iron microspheres. Well, where did the iron come from? We haven't built skyscrapers out of iron for hundreds of years. Well, 100 years. And so this is really key because this group, Ace Elevator, had 85 employees in the building at the time the planes hit, and they fled. They scattered like rats. It was quite a scandal documented by USA Today. And so this elevator modernization needs to be looked into. It was documented in March of 2001 in Elevator World. And he's found out who was in charge of Ace Elevator and found out some very interesting facts about them, their ties to various organizations. And I'm not going to be saying any more about that, but we're looking forward to referring to an article which he intends to publish soon.
And wasn't there something about the armed guards at the elevators while it was being worked on?
Yes, they shut down various elevator hoistways in turn, and there were armed guards, and this is documented by witness Bill, I forgot his name. Anyway, that is documented there by this witness. I'll think of his name.
Just one more thought on that. So any of this evidence about the elevator debacle, but none of that will apply in September. There's not been any detriment, damning evidence with that yet that could be taken to the Attorney General, any of that.
Well, I think the Attorney General doesn't have to have damning evidence to present to the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry, who filed this petition to the U.S. Attorney, doesn't need damning evidence to give them ideas about who these 23 grand jurors should be asking questions of and to and about. So they have included the Ace Elevator story to them, and some of those facts have already been given to the U.S. Attorney.
Okay. Any thoughts, James, Richard?
I'll leave it to James. Go ahead.
No, I'm very excited and interested to hear more about the Ace Elevator investigation, and I'm hoping that such an article would be published in the Journal of 9/11 Studies or something similar to hopefully draw attention to that issue, because I think we do need some proper scholarly research on it.
And now I'll pick it back up. So I remember working in the World Trade Center, maintenance going on the spring of 2001, specifically because there's a bunch of elevator banks you can go up to, right? Go up to, there's 2 sky lobbies in the building. So you have to go up, and then you get in another elevator, you go up, and then you can get another elevator to get to the top of the building, unless you go up to the restaurant. One of the days, it's spring of 2001, I go to the World Trade Center, I get in the elevator. You can fit 8, 16 people in there if it's crowded. They're pretty big elevators, and they got doors on both sides. So you go in one side, you're in the car, and then you go out the other side, because you enter from the outside of the building, and when you get off the elevator, you're in the central core of the building. One day the elevators were going really, really slow, and people in the car were talking about they were working on the elevators and they had adjusted them and they were going too fast and somebody got hurt. I want to say that they got killed was the rumor, but I don't know that there's any evidence of that. But the story was in the elevator, people talking that somebody had gotten hurt. I don't know to what degree, but that was going on in the spring of 2001. So that's something I can corroborate.
Right. Well, I've heard similar stories. What's even, of course, more damning to the official story, and we should just mention it for those in your audience who are not familiar with this evidence. There's a team of 8 scientists led by Niels Harrit in Copenhagen who found in all the World Trade Center samples that he studied, and he was given 7 of them, these curious red-gray chips, about a 1/16 of an inch long, red on one side, gray on the other. The red site is composed of extremely small particles of iron oxide and aluminum powder. These are the ingredients of thermite. What are the ingredients of thermite doing in all of these chips that look like primer paint, but they're not primer paint because these are nanoparticles of iron oxide, aluminum powder. In a heater, they ignite and produce hundreds of, just on each chip, these small, previously molten iron microspheres. So they produce the exact same microspheres that are documented by USGS and RJ Lee, an independent environmental consulting firm. And so what are they doing in all the World Trade Center dust? These chips of nanothermite. This is documented in a peer-reviewed paper in the Bentham Open Chemical Physics Journal. It is hard evidence that these towers were brought down by this special form of thermite and thermite, ordinary thermite as well. So that needs to be spoken, as well as the experience of hundreds of first responders and others citing explosions, hearing explosions, seeing explosions, being blown around in the building by explosions, and many of these before the tower even came down, because they're very precise in their order. They're like a train running underneath my feet, one of them says. It is incredible, these explosions. And then you look up and you see the tower exploding and coming down. So the basement explosions before the planes even hit, as documented by a dozen witnesses, including William Rodriguez. So all of these explosions and the visuals of explosions in all the videos, 20 stories down below the collapse, even up to 60 stories down below the collapse, all of these isolated explosive ejections called squibs in the controlled demolition industry. This is all damning evidence, and it's really only the tip of the iceberg. I mean, I spent 2 hours presenting this evidence to everybody, and I'm not repetitive. It goes on and on and on, and there's nobody that's not convinced by this evidence when we present it live in a group of newcomers to the evidence, particularly the architects and now the engineers through Project Due Diligence. We present this to groups of chapters of the American Society of Civil Engineers, and they sign right up. They're on board. They see how faulty the NIST report was, for instance, because our engineers go through that, Roland Angle in particular, and now Leroy Halsey with the WTC7 finite element analysis. They're turning the profession around. They're receiving almost universal calls for a new investigation after these presentations. So we're very excited to have a renewal, if you will, of the successes in waking people up, particularly engineers, and hopefully soon, although I remain skeptical on this front, our legislative representatives seem to have been bought off. They just are not interested, though we will go back again on September 11th in the afternoon with Chris Joya and the other fire district commissioners, where we will have presentations, meetings with our many elected representatives, and give our literature to all 535 members of Congress at the same time that afternoon. So we're looking for breakthroughs, but we're getting support of the 9/11 Truth Movement. We have almost 2,000 sustaining supporters at AE 9/11 Truth. So we're able to keep on going with this small staff of less than half a dozen of us, banging away all the time, wherever we can, and now with these big, heavy hammers.
Sorry, Richard Grove, can I just follow up a little bit? Because it's never actually occurred to me with your own personal experience in the towers. Can you corroborate either the armed security around various elevator upgrades or other work going on in the towers and or the power down / security stand down that supposedly took place the weekend before 9/11?
All right, so the power down, I was not working in the buildings before. I left in June. So the power down the weekend before, I'd only seen the whistleblower reports. There was a guy involved who had reported that the power down. And what was the first part of your question?
The what had been raised earlier.
The armed guards.
Talking about armed guards around the elevator upgrade.
If there were armed guards, they weren't armed guards like we think of them. They were like street police, like they were like security guards, and they probably had weapons, but they weren't. I don't remember them ever being visible. I never saw anything that wasn't corporate in that lobby going into elevators. So if there was guys in like SWAT gear guarding an elevator, I'd have taken notice of that. So I don't remember ever seeing that. But again, I didn't work there every day. I went there like maybe 3 days a week. And so, and when I was going there, I wasn't really
timeline that was up till June 2001, right?
That was up till June 5th was the last time I was there until September 11th. And well, actually September 9th, I had Windows on the World dinner. So between June 5th and September 7th or 9th, I think it was the 7th, was a Friday.
Right, because the 9th would have been the Sunday.
Yeah, 7th was
when the
Friday.
Power down supposedly was taking place. So.
Yeah, Friday is when I was there. Friday night. Windows on the World dinner. Trying to get a job. I got an offer too. That was a good dinner. Everything was good up until September 11th. Then things go sideways.
Yeah. What's RJ Lee, the consulting agency? What's their role now? Didn't they do? They did 4 different studies on the thermite, didn't they? What role are they playing at the moment?
They didn't study the thermite. They studied the dust for toxicological issues.
How much dust are we talking about, Richard? How much dust was at the World Trade Center site? Just so people understand, the students have an idea.
Well, there was 90,000 tons of concrete, which was turned to dust. There's probably an equivalent amount of gypsum board that was turned to dust. And there were 1,600 people that we don't have a trace of. They were turned to dust. And lots and lots of other components in there, of course. So somebody's added this up. It's in excess of 100,000 tons for sure of dust, which spread across Lower Manhattan from river to river in 3 square miles.
To put it in human terms, I was just reading an article from, I think, 2002 about the dust and the issues that it was causing even at that time. And they were remarking on the Deutsche Bank building, which is just downwind from that site, where they were talking about the hallways being covered in dust, in some places up to 3 feet of dust in the building. So incredible amounts.
Yes, and one of the studies they did inside that Deutsche Bank building showed that up to 30%, or excuse me, up to 6% of that dust was previously molten iron microspheres. These are the diameter of a human hair, hard to see on average, hard to see by the naked eye, most of them. And yet they're very clear. RJ Lee is absolutely clear, said these were formed during the event, not before by iron workers welding at the site during the erection, not afterward by the iron workers who were cutting apart the building, but during the event. Well, what could form molten iron during the event? Molten iron doesn't melt. Steel doesn't melt until about 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 4 times as hot as these fires could have been, though NIST claims without evidence that they were 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is complete speculation on their part, trying to begin to justify some of the molten materials is what they're really trying to do here. But they're still short 1,000 degrees in order to melt iron. And we're not just talking about spheres that were melted. We're talking about pools of molten iron documented by all kinds of structural engineers and iron workers and firefighters, including the World Trade Center structural engineer himself, Leslie Robertson, who says he saw a river of steel flowing. That's incredible. Well, guess what? Rivers of steel don't flow until you have 2,800 degrees. Kerosene, which is jet fuel, doesn't even begin to approach 600 degrees. Actually, is the maximum burning temperature in open air, according to its manufacturer. So we're still short. 25% is all of the heat required to melt all of this steel, which is also seen pouring out. It's really iron in this case, pouring out of the South Tower minutes prior to its collapse. All of this molten iron pouring. So this is not lead and it's not aluminum, as NIST claims. Aluminum doesn't glow bright yellow, bright white hot in daylight conditions. Neither does lead. So it can only be molten steel or iron. And there's no reason to think that it would be molten steel, given all the evidence for thermite, which releases molten iron as its byproduct at 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Hot. Thoughts, comments, Richard, James?
Well, my first question is the study that Halsey, Dr. Leroy Halsey, has done at the University of Alaska. Did that go on concurrent or after we did the interview with the NIST whistleblower, Peter Ketchum? Because it seems like they go together very neatly. Two people that didn't know each other. Ketchum was a guy who worked at the NIST, and he reviewed the report, and he was skeptical about it, and so he drew a number of conclusions. And so during the interview, I asked him, the NIST report on World Trade Center 7, did any of the data used for the report come from the site? Did they take it from the actual event, from the site where the building came down? And the answer is no. So from the start, their report was not built on reality. It referenced reality 0% of the time and was entirely structured around making that story that came out 4 days after the event to be true. And then with the Halsey presentation, he goes through, he and his students recreated World Trade Center 7 in the software from the blueprints. And what they found was the difference between their model and the NIST model was there were certain reinforcement plates that were actually in the building that are missing from the model. And if you put those in the model doesn't react as they claim.
Yeah, this is just the beginning of the fraudulence of NIST relative to the Building 7 report that they made. They have an elaborate speculation that the fires, which they claim were very hot in that area on the 12th floor in the northeast section of Building 7, that these hot fires at the time of the collapse, which the photos and videos completely disprove, those fires were out an hour before that collapse. So they couldn't have been expanding these long span beams, which is NIST's whole theory, which then pushes this girder off of its seat on this column 79 and then causes floor 13 to fall onto 12, 12, and 11 and so on for 9 floors, leaving this column 79 unbraced for 9 floors, at which point it buckles, causing the inside cascading collapse of the northeast section of this building. And then this collapse travels laterally across this football-sized building. And all this happens in about 10 seconds. I mean, it's extraordinary. We're talking about a theory that requires the almost simultaneous failure of 400 structural steel connections every second. And the theory is completely fraudulent and provably so at every point along its path. For instance, the fires were out, as we mentioned. Those beams were fireproof. 2-hour fire protection on the steel beams in skyscrapers. That is a lot more fire protection than the 20 minutes of fire that there's fuel to fuel for. Even NIST acknowledges that fires in skyscrapers only last 20 to 30 minutes in any given area. And so
I didn't start looking into the investigation.
That fire's gone well before it could have
no
heated up these beams and expanded them. So they ignore the fireproofing. They ignore the fact that the fires weren't there. And then they put all this heat, nevertheless, in their computer model into the beam in 1.5 seconds. So that forces the beam to expand rather than sag, which is what it would have done if it was sustained in that length of a fire. So then, in order, as Richard pointed out, in order to get that girder to move laterally based on these expanding beams, they have to ignore the fact that there were 30 shear studs along its length tying it to the concrete slab up above. So they just allow it to slide, which it couldn't have done. And the other point here is that even if it did slide, NIST says, well, the flange folded, the part of the beam that sits on the seat, on the column, it folded up. In other words, it didn't have to be pushed all the way off that seat. It only had to be pushed halfway off that seat, and it began to fold. But there were stiffeners, steel stiffeners, keeping that from ever happening. But NIST omitted those from their report so that they could have this folding flange, which then caused the girder to fall off of its seat. Well, even if the girder did fall off of its seat, we couldn't have had a complete collapse of of floor 13 onto 12 because there's 2 other massive girders tied into that column on the other sides of it. So that never could have happened. We wouldn't even have had the 13th floor hitting the 12th floor, much less with a dynamic load enough to break those additional 3 girders and with a shear force on them from above. It's all completely ludicrous. But even if that all could have happened, you wouldn't have had the internal cascading failure of this northeast section, because at that point you would have had the exterior perimeter structural steel frame being pulled inward. You would have telegraphed onto the outside what was happening. There would have been massive breaking up of granite panels and windows as a result, and crumpling like a beer can. We don't see any of that in the videos. This is a fraud from beginning to end.
There's a bit of action from the autonomy class. There's a question for you guys. Pam Batchelder says, why were the aerial photos taken by helicopter pilot Detective Greg Simendinger held for so long and released so late 9 years later? And also, why are the powers why are they withholding some of the pictures? Do you guys know any thoughts on that?
I don't have a comment on that. I'm not familiar with the helicopter photos particularly.
How about you, Jay?
I don't know the details of the helicopter photo in particular, but I was actually just thinking as Richard was speaking about some of the footage that has been released in recent years, FOIA'd, I believe, that was released in various forms and has been compiled online. And there is a YouTube channel that collects and compiles all the different versions of these videos that have been released. I can't, unfortunately, cite off the top of my head, but it is out there now. And one of the videos that came out in I would say in the past decade anyway, was some of the raw camera footage that was taken by, I believe, a Fox affiliate or something of that sort, who was in the area. This was clearly after the collapses, but before after the destruction of the Twin Towers, but before the destruction of WTC-7. And he goes around and goes up through the lobby, up the escalator, and you get a very good look at what WTC-7 looked like in that afternoon. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but it was the afternoon before the building was destroyed. Clearly, there was some massive damage there. And I think the official story would be that that damage, of course, was caused by the collapse of the buildings, and that was contributory to the failure that we saw later. Richard, what do you have to say to that or about that? Are you familiar with the footage that I'm referring to? I know I'm being rather vague because I don't have it in front of me, but I have definitely seen this in the last few years.
I don't think so. It sounded similar. Oh, I'm sorry. There's two Richards. It sounded similar to some of the shots that Nades had going up the escalators after the one of the trade centers had come down. My thoughts were the other things to know about World Trade Center 7 is the BBC reported it before it happened. Flight 93 possibly was going to hit it until it was shot down allegedly by Lieutenant Colonel Rick Gibney of the North Dakota Civil Air Patrol. What do they call it there when you volunteer? Air National Guard. Air National Guard. So there was reports. It was reported that Rick Gibney, who was on NEAD's duty that day for Northeast Aerospace Defense, had shot a Sidewinder missile into Flight 93, knowing it was a hijack and it was headed toward a target. And then we got a different story of what happened on the plane and et cetera, et cetera. I watched that Flight 93 movie last night, brushing up for this interview. What's the propaganda about this? But the third building, if it was meant to come down in some sort of constructed fashion, had no triggering event other than BBC reporting it. Otherwise, I think they might have just waited till dark to bring the building down and nobody would have video of it to talk about today. So there's that.
There's a group of construction workers, very curious construction workers, walking away from Building 7, hearing an explosion over their shoulder in the afternoon of 9/11, looking back at the building over their shoulder, and then looking straight into the CNN camera and saying, "Did you hear that? That building's coming down. Flame and debris coming down. The building is going to explode." How do they know that? There's a few small scattered fires, which the fires department was told at about noon to stop. They weren't even fighting, but they were pulled out of the building because they were assessing it. And they were told not to fight the fires in the building. They were worried about structural damage was what they said. And so this is really curious, especially combined with the 11:07 report from CNN saying that a fireman came by and they said a 50-story building went down. Well, no other building went down besides these 3 skyscrapers. This was 11 o'clock that morning. Building 7 doesn't come down until 5:20. And as James mentioned, I think it was James, the BBC announced the collapse of this building 20 minutes before it ever happened. So leading a lot of researchers to speculate that that building was supposed to come down at that time in the morning, which would have been then completely obscured by the massive dust clouds released when the Twin Towers went down. So we can add that to our mix of our understanding of about what was the intent for Building 7 and the timing. Also, we have Barry Jennings and Michael Hess, who worked on the 23rd floor. Barry Jennings, the Emergency Command Center, he was called up there, or he thought he was supposed to go there, so he went. Michael Hess is the attorney for Mayor Giuliani. After the building had been evacuated, which was after the towers were hit by the planes, but before they came down, and this was adamantly witnessed by Barry Jennings prior to his untimely and mysterious death. He claimed that before his rescue, they were blown back up into the 8th floor by bombs below. They also cite that the lobby had been destroyed by bombs. They also cite, Barry Jennings does, that he was walking over dead bodies in the lobby of Building 7 on his way out after having been rescued. So we can add this to the mix of fascinating
That's the answer that I was kind of looking for. I mean, clearly the damage that we're seeing in the afternoon could be the results of those explosions that Barry Jennings and Michael Hess were testifying to. Well, then another point, let me play devil's advocate while I'm doing it. Richard Gage, something that a lot of the so-called erstwhile debunkers would bring up in their assessment of WTC7 is that while it is, of course, demonstrably, visibly correct to say that the exterior of the building did come down in 7 seconds, and as NIST was forced to admit eventually, a good portion of that was at free fall acceleration. However, it is also demonstrable and visible that portions of the building were collapsing in some manner before that 7 second of the exterior coming down. We see that from the Pentagon, the penthouse collapse, seeming to initiate something within the building before the building exterior comes down, which adds to that 7 seconds. What can you say about that and how that plays into your assessment?
Yes, and I always show this particular piece of damage from this east penthouse 6 seconds prior to the overall building coming down. This east penthouse collapses. So what we're told by NIST is that that's a result of a structural failure down at the 12th floor, which we discussed earlier. But that would be impossible because unlike their model, their computer model, which shows failures all the way up from the 12th floor to the east penthouse 6 seconds earlier, the video shows nothing like that. There's no damage from the 12th floor up to the east penthouse. It's very clearly an isolated failure. For what reason, we don't know. Maybe they're mistimed explosions that weren't supposed to go off until later. Or maybe they're part of a deception. We don't know, but we don't see any daylight in the 47th or 46th story in some through windows that did break, indicating that the roof itself was maintaining its, at some degree, enough structural stability, integrity to keep daylight from getting through and shining out through those windows.
Tim Flynn is asking, did we answer what happens if the demolition is proven? Is it like the Martin Luther King Jr. civil case where they're awarded a dollar and it never hits the media? What do you think of that?
I'll let others tackle
that. Well, yeah, so this is the cynicism that I brought up earlier. It is, of course, I mean, after 18 years of failing to secure justice, it is easy to throw up your hands and just presume that the whole system is rigged and nothing will ever come of it. Obviously, if we do that, then nothing will ever come of it, so we have to continue trying. It is certainly a possibility that amazing revelations have come out, for example, in the Martin Luther King case, that get swept away and not part of the official narrative or the final word by the House Select Committee on Assassinations on the JFK assassination was, this is the final word of the U.S. government so far, is it was the result of a conspiracy. So the Kennedy assassination, that is. So, I mean, some amazing things have happened over time that you wouldn't think would be able to be covered up, that are covered up. So it is a possibility, but hopefully what we have represented in the past 2 decades is a movement unlike anything that has existed in the past, in an age of not just mass media, but truly global, instantaneous communication that at least has the power, the potential to be peer-to-peer and unblockable in many different ways. We have manifested that, I think, in spreading 9/11 truth. That is one of the reasons why. Well, it's certainly the reason why we are convened here electronically today. It's one of the reasons why 9/11 Truth is a subject that has been pursued to this level. It might not have been possible to do this decades ago, or certainly not to the extent that we're doing it today. And so, if and when remarkable events happen, if it fails to get out into the public consciousness, that to some extent is our fault, less so than waiting for Time magazine or the New York Times or WNBC or whatever to televise or publicize those proceedings. We have to do it ourselves. And I think that's why things like the recent fire commission meeting and things like that are examples of ways that we can get this information out regardless of what the mainstream media is doing with it.
And I think a big part of our job is just providing comparison and contrast. So We talked about the dust before, and it's an unimaginably huge number. If you just look at it like this, the World Trade Centers, let's say they're each 110 stories. Each floor is an acre of concrete. That's 220 acres of concrete that turns into dust in like 20 seconds. So first off, there's no way to replicate that on Earth as we know it with unclassified technology. There's no way to do it. I can't like take a yard of concrete and make it turn to dust without, with jet fuel, even with force coming down, right? And then the other aspect is everyone's been indoctrinated so heavily through the school system that when they perpetrate something like JFK or 9/11, Alan Dulles spoke it true. The American public doesn't read. But those who do, those who are analytical, those who look for the contradictions out of the official story and say, wait a minute, I can't just ignore those. They're glaring. They're glaring contradictions. And it's just the going back to the comparison and contrast and its power to unlearn the fear. It's like if you show somebody on day one, here's how they constructed these buildings. Here's the building of the World Trade Center. They still have that on YouTube. It's not censored yet. And then next day, here's the official story. And then the next day, yeah, here's why that can't be true, right? You spread it out over time, almost like an email drip sequence that people could get when they sign up at your site, Richard. So it would start to give them the power to articulate what they're learning to other people because, as James said, that's what we're here to do. We're here to stimulate that conversation, to trigger a little complexity in a nonviolent, non-aggressive way, but we're just saying there's a lot of things being done under the guise of 9/11, the Patriot Act, these wars on terror that are still going. We're still in Afghanistan because of 9/11. That's never going to end until more people can call bullshit. And they can't do that without the comparison and contrast. And that's kind of what we all provide in our own way to the audience.
Absolutely. And piggybacking on your example there of this concrete, 90,000 tons of concrete in each of these towers, it was spread out well outside the footprint of these buildings. And 100,000 tons of steel was spread out well outside the footprint of these buildings, up to 600 feet in every direction. So we only have a two-story pile of twisted steel at the bottom of either of these towers. So if 90,000 tons of concrete didn't contribute to the force applied to cause the collapse, because it's outside the footprint, and 100,000 tons of steel didn't, then you tell me what caused the collapse of these buildings. That's most of the weight of the buildings right there.
I'm being mindful of the time. I know, James, if you've got to go.
I do have another interview lined up right after this, so I do have to go. But before I go, I'd like to, can I ask Richard Grove a question? I'm going off of memory here. I haven't listened to it recently, but I believe in your Project Constellation, you said something to the effect of what you saw that morning of 9/11 contradicted the official account of what happened. And I believe you added some sort of tag like, what I did not see that morning also contradicted the official account of what happened on 9/11. Can you elaborate on that? What did you not see that morning?
Well, according to the official story, in hindsight, seeing the official story, I would have thought that I could have heard whatever airplane flew into the tower to cause that explosion according to the official story. I was in a car. I was at 0 speed. I was in traffic. If I was going fast, it was at most 40 miles an hour. I had the top down. It's a beautiful sunny day. So if an airplane went screaming over my head and crashed into a building 20 blocks in front of me, my first thought was I should have heard some sort of, like I should have heard something. In the Nade video, I think there's even sound to it. You can hear it coming, and the cameraman turns the wrong way. He doesn't turn toward the sound. He turns the other way perfectly to frame where the sound is going to be. So what I didn't see that morning were any planes, because from where I was when World Trade Center 2 exploded, according to the official story, that plane came in from the south, and my view was blocked, so that's why I didn't see that one. But I was still quizzical about how the building exploded like that from the official story. The first reports on the radio were a helicopter, like a small helicopter, and a Cessna, like a small plane. And both of those I thought were realistic explanations. So I didn't know anything about the planes until I saw the official story later on TV. So from my experience,
you put yourself in the no plane camp or agnostic, or what's your take on that?
I would have to go agnostic on that, meaning I don't have evidence on either side, because if you look into the official story and you play it by the law of identification, let's clear our desk and we can only put things on the evidence board that can be identified. A plane has like 6 different ways to identify its parts, its transponder, all these different things you can identify a plane. So how was Flight 11 identified that day? What parts or wreckage were found to identify it as Flight 11? All those, there's no answers to any of those questions. So you can't assume, you can't start your analysis or rationalization of the event on assumptions. But that's exactly what they did with World Trade Center 7. They're like, let's just start with a bunch of assumptions and make it the official story. So,
but to be clear, there is a difference between saying nothing was flying, nothing hit the building, and we don't know what hit the building. I mean, was it Flight 11 or was it another airplane? I mean, that's quite a...
All right, so let's go there. So did something hit the building? I didn't witness anything. So from my personal experience, I saw a building on fire. The cause of fire could have come from inside, not outside. I don't know what happened until the official story, and then they're saying that's what happened. And the Nade brothers, who filmed for the NSA and CIA officially now, they have the only footage of whatever happened at World Trade Center 1, North Tower.
Wow.
We're working on an FAQ on this issue because there's a lot of people out there asking questions about did planes hit the towers or not, and which planes. They're 2 separate issues, as James pointed out. There's 43 videos, independent videos, that show planes hitting the towers, and the South Tower in particular. We're talking about now, and there's dozens of witnesses on tape, some of them live, seeing the second plane hit the tower while they're being interviewed about 9/11. So we're assembling all of that and putting it on our website. We've also done a forensic analysis, a quick one, that shows that the damage in the building is in fact consistent with a large plane-size object hitting the building.
So the next step of that, since large plane-size objects hit the building, how can we be certain what plane-size objects hit the buildings? Being that people involved had access to planes that looked just like that, but they're remote control and all these other Dobbs Act.
And also taking in the historical context of Operation Northwoods, where we know they were going to switch out planes as part of deception operation.
And Operation Aphrodite, which is where Joe Kennedy Jr. was slated, or he was on a bomber that was a remote control bomber that was going to crash into a target. So they were going to use a plane as a destructive weapon, and he was supposed to parachute out, but for some reason the plane blew up before he went out, and that's how JFK became president.
Right, and we could also tie that into the research that's been done on the planes all having been hijacked in radar blind spots, as it were, so that...
Well, yeah, and then the Stewart Air Force Base, where 175 and Flight 11, I think, cross paths and their transponders and radar signatures disappear, and then they go back on after they cross over the Air Force. Stewart Air Force Base is notorious for drug running.
Right. Okay, sorry, I do have to go, but just for the record, I just want to put my own viewpoint out there. I certainly think there is a large room for skepticism about what exactly hit the buildings, but as Richard says, there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that something flew into the buildings. So I'm very much looking forward to that. When and how will that FAQ be published?
We'll be publishing it on our website, and that will be within 2 or 3 months.
Looking forward to it. All right, guys, I got to go. I got another interview, but it's been a
Keep
slice.
your schedule. Be productive, James. We'll continue talking with Richard for a few minutes. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, James.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Coming full circle, Richard, if you got a few more minutes, here's another question.
So Professor Halsey will make a presentation, which will be about an hour, and we'll take questions after that. And so I will thank you very much for your attention. Professor Halsey.
Thank you all for coming. I really consider it an honor to have the opportunity to share with you today some of the work that we've been doing over the past 2 years. And I'm just delighted to have been asked to be part of this study that the University of Alaska Fairbanks has been asked to do. It's a very prestigious opportunity for us to share what we have in terms of our knowledge about this particular structure. So today we are going to be talking about a structural reevaluation of the collapse of World Trade Center 7. What makes this interesting in many ways is World Trade Center 7 was not struck by a plane. It was a part of the complex and yet it failed in the afternoon. So the National Institute of Standards, NIST, issued a report in 2008 which concluded that the structure collapsed because of fires causing the floors and beams to expand due to high temperature, due to fires, triggering a series of structural failures that then culminated in the total collapse of the building. Others have argued that that fire was not the likely cause of the failure, and there's all kinds of different discussions about what may or may not have happened. So I want to make it real clear here today what we did and the way we approached this. This project was undertaken to answer the question, did fire cause this building to collapse? That's our focus. So we have been very careful to let the science take us where we need to go. Never once did I want to hear or understand where all these different possible views might be, being a very controversial subject. So I tried to make sure that at the end of the day, every day, that the decisions that we were making, the arguments that we were putting forth were defendable purely through science. And so that's what we believe has come out of this. Through that process, if I may back up for just a moment, through this process, I was the director of this research. I was fortunate to have Dr. Fang Shao, who is now at Mississippi State, I think it is, or down in the South. He's a postdoctoral researcher there, but prior to coming here, or leaving here in December, he was a researcher on this project as well as working on his PhD under me on a project dealing with structural health monitoring of bridges. I'm also very honored to have Zilli Kwan, our PhD student here at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, who's been working with me from the day one on this. And Zilli, I'd like for you to stand up for just a moment and be recognized by the audience as to the fact that he's been participating. And without their help, it would have been extremely difficult. So I'm just really honored to have that kind of talent working with me during this period. Let me begin by saying, before I get any further, that we are going to, this presentation is basically a September 2001 progress report, a September 2017 progress report. Almost everything is almost completed except for one thing, and that is the progressive collapse of the structure. We have been working on that for some time. We are very pleased about its progress, but there's many things I want to look at yet. And so today I won't share that with you. And when we get close to that, I'll show you what you might be expecting in the future about this and why I'm reluctant to share it with you today. More importantly, I want to let you know that what we're going to be putting out today is, since it's a progress report, this is not a traditional slideshow where I have just bullet points. There's some here where I have quite a bit of prose. And the idea is that this will go out and make it available for you to read additional information if you would so choose to do that. We're going to be transparent. We welcome any questions. We're making everything that we have done available so that we want to make sure that everything that we have done is scientifically tested. So we'll have a peer review committee to make sure that we've met all those standards. The methodology. Today, the methodology, I want to share that with you. We assembled first the available documents, direction drawings, etc., that were available for this project, for this building. Traditionally, I would have liked to have had the opportunity to go in and pick up all the pieces of the puzzle and put it back together like you would a typical airplane. They did not exist. It wasn't available. So we've done the best we can with all the available documents, and basically what we did is create an AutoCAD drawing here that used it to create a virtual geometry of this 47-story building. Basically, in digital form, you should be able to see every piece, every puzzle, every member, and it should look exactly like what was used in that structure. And so that's what we did. We then prepared an Abacus nonlinear computer model for the connections and for the framing of this building. And so that is a fairly sophisticated finite element program that's available that enables you to look at in the detail how something is going to respond under a set of conditions. So I know that I have a mixed audience here. I'll try to keep it as simple as I can. At the same time, I need to share with you some pieces of complexity so those in the technical arena have an appreciation for the fact that, okay, so they did look at this in a fairly sophisticated way. There's several things here that I haven't talked about. We have SAP 2000, the current edition, version 18, and Abacus, and we use that to look at the framing. And so in the plan view, when we were looking at a microstructure, we were using both computer programs and two different people, and each one of those PhD student, PhD people that were working for me, they were doing these individually, and I was there to quality control, ensuring that everything was the same. And were we getting the same answers from two different approaches, two different people doing things? So we had a quality control assurance. This is a highly complex system. So we want to make sure that at the end of the day, we were getting reliable results and we could test it against more than one way to do this. So we looked at the framing at floors 12 and 13. They were modeled for fire damage. This is in the plan view. I'll go through this. I realize it's not clear to you at this moment. So I'm going to give you an overview, then I'm going to tell you what we did, then I'm going to tell you that again. So SAP 2000 and Abacus was used to study progressive collapse. We are using it to study progressive collapse. I'm not done with it yet. So that's not what I'm going to share with you today. Basically what that means is that at the end of the day, you look at the side of the building and you see it come down. Does it look like what actually happened? And that's the place where we are with that, okay? Virtual structure was used to simulate the conditions on September 11, 2001. Then we're going to share with you the findings, and this is going to be peer reviewed. So the findings to date, part 1, WTC 7, World Trade Center 7 building was not found to be collapsed by fire. That's my conclusion. That's what we found, okay? That's not consistent with the findings that were previously found by others. Findings are based on results from this Abacus and SAP 2000 model. Part 2, progressive collapse analysis are nearly complete, and we're using SAP and Abacus for evaluating that. I might point out also we've used SolidWorks and other procedures to look at fire-related issues, and I haven't provided that information here. So I want to acknowledge and thank the funders, who are the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and they are funding this University of Alaska Fairbanks and the Institute of Northern Engineering and the College of Mines to do this work. It should be pointed out that this is a non-for-profit corporation, and the money that came to this study was out of the pockets of those professional engineers and architects. It was donated. So this was something that I think is pretty significant. Let's talk about the building for a moment. We have an obituary for this building. 1983, it started. 2001, it left us. The height of the building is 47 stories, and an emery cloth and sons design with a red granite facade is what it looked like. Geometry was a trapezoidal footprint, which we'll see in a moment. 610 feet tall, kind of gives you an idea about how tall it is. 330 feet long and 140 feet wide. So the construction began in 1983, and it was opened in May 1987. Please share with me if I'm moving too fast, or if I'm moving too slow, and I'll gauge ourselves as we move through this, because I have a lot of information to share with you today, and I understand that you're not going to absorb it as quickly as I would like to see you absorb it. So you need to kind of give me some input back. Anyway.
Welcome, friends. James Corbett here, CorbettReport.com, with another edition of Propaganda Watch. And this week, I am delighted to inform you about some very important news that I know you have seen covered ad nauseum on the 24/7 news cycle, no matter which of the controlled network news stations you're looking at. I know you've heard about this by now because it is all over the news. Breaking: a structural reevaluation of the collapse of World Trade Center 7 has been released by the Institute of Northern Engineering at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I know you've seen this, as I say, but let's just put some of this on the record for those who haven't seen it. I'm reading from the project summary at the project's homepage at ine.uaf.edu. This is a study of the collapse of the 47-story World Trade Center Building 7, WTC-7, at 5:20 p.m. on September 11, 2001. The objective of the study was threefold. 1. Examine the structural response of WTC-7 to fire loads that may have occurred on September 11, 2001. 2. Rule out scenarios that could not have caused the observed collapse. And 3. Identify types of failures and their location that may have caused the total collapse to occur as observed. And I'll let you read through the rest of that project summary, but of course, the key finding, the principal conclusion of our study, is that fire did not cause the collapse of WTC-7 on 9/11, contrary to the conclusions of NIST and private engineering firms that studied the collapse. The secondary conclusion of our study is that the collapse of WTC-7 was a global failure involving the near simultaneous failure of every column in the building. All right, so some stunning stuff. And as I say, I know you've seen this plastered all over the news. Just for an example, let's turn to some of that news coverage and let's play a clip, say, from CNN about this remarkable news study. Wait, just kidding. Of course, this story is not being reported anywhere in the controlled corporate media, as I'm sure you probably really have noticed over the course of the past few weeks, in the time when this study was announced, or the release of the draft report of the study was announced. And today, September 3rd, 2019, as I'm recording this in the United States, it's September 4th, 2019 here in Japan. Today was the day of the release of that draft report, which is now available for download at ine.uaf.edu from that homepage. Of course, it will be linked in the show notes for this edition of Propaganda Watch, so you can go and read through it for yourself. And there it is. It's a voluminous report with abstract, acknowledgments, list of figures and tables, executive summary. There's an introduction, structural response to fire loading, evaluation of NIST collapse initiation hypothesis, and then a simulation of the collapse of WTC-7 with references. It's over 120 pages, so happy reading. There's a lot to sink your teeth into there. If you are truly lost, I would suggest you go to that project summary that we were reading from earlier, or there has been some coverage of this in the past, but as I say, there is no coverage whatsoever in the mainstream media of this pretty significant report from a major American university that was, as I say, released in its draft form today for public comment. Not a single peep from the mainstream media. And can any of us say that we're surprised by this? Well, of course not. But that shouldn't be the point of this. We shouldn't simply shrug our shoulders and say, well, what else is new? We should interrogate that very problem, namely that some people out there in news world get to decide that this story of this draft report being released today is not a news story. It is not worth any attention, not a single report, not a single article, not a single word, not one letter of ink being spilled on this topic, not 1 second devoted to it in any news broadcast on any of the 24/7 cable news networks. Why is that? Who gets to decide that? This is an interesting perhaps philosophical, but extremely important part of the propaganda puzzle. In fact, it's so important that it almost seems blatant when it is put in front of your face, and yet it is never put in front of your face. This is the journalistic equivalent of that economic concept that was articulated, of course, by Frederick Bastiat in his parable of the broken window, the seen and the unseen. But here we're not talking about, in an economic sense, about opportunity cost and what we can never know how that money would have been spent if it was not spent to fix the broken glass. Well, now we have this problem of, well, what is news? And just because this particular event is not being reported as news, does that mean it is unimportant? Does that mean it is something that we should not give our attention? In this case, demonstrably not. We should be giving this our attention, but the news controllers will simply not report it. They don't even have to refute a study like this. They simply have to ignore it. And ignoring truly newsworthy items is an incredibly effective tool in the tool belt of the propagandists. It requires them to do nothing. They don't even have to provide an argument as to why this is not important or why this study is flawed. They just have to ignore it. That's it. It's, again, such a simple tool, but such an effective one, because the vast majority of the public will never even hear about this. This will be the proverbial tree falling in the forest, and like so many other pieces of the 9/11 puzzle, it will just never be presented to the vast majority of the public, who will never hear about it, never devote a second's thought to it, and never have any feeling on it either way, because to them, it simply does not exist. Again, I think this is an important point, and one that we shouldn't just simply dismiss as, oh, just a truism or something. I think it goes to the heart of one of the key problems in this news world that has been constructed to us, and something that I've attempted to articulate a number of times in my work. For example, back in 2013, in episode 265 of the Corporate Report podcast, The Myth of Journalistic Objectivity, I attempted to make exactly, precisely this point. It is self-evidently the fact and the case that every single time you see a news report on television or on the radio or anywhere else that you encounter that information, it is subjective. It is coming from a worldview. It is politically informed. It does have an entire ideology and an idea behind it that is being pushed by the very existence of that news story. And again, this is a fundamental point. It isn't about people being bought or paid off or corrupted or colluding. It is the nature of the way that we convey information. So that, for example, when you watch a news report on TV, whatever that report might be about, it is coming from an ideological viewpoint, insofar as some editor somewhere along the line has decided that this story should be reported on and not another story. So the idea of news itself is an ideological construction that, for example, we sitting in our homes need to know about the intimate details of a political scandal happening in Italy or whatever. If we see that on the news, then that is obviously something that someone thinks we need to know about. That in and of itself comes from a certain political ideology. And when, for example, someone does a random act of kindness for another person, well, that's not news. We don't talk about that on the news. Again, everything comes from an ideological perspective. Everything is ideologically informed in that manner. So even deciding what to cover and what not to cover is in and of itself an example of how journalism is not and can never be objective. And, in a slightly different context, back in 2017, I returned to this topic in an important video that might have slipped under your radar. I will link it in the show notes along with everything else, so you can go and watch it if you haven't yet. But it's a simple and very to-the-point video I made called "The News is a Social Construct. It is used to program you." One of the booby traps that's implanted in our language is the term, the news. As if there is one set of events that we can all universally agree upon are the set of events, the news, that took place today that everyone must talk about. Think about what that implies. Who gets to choose what is the news? And why do we insist on everyone that we consider to be in the news sphere to talk about the same set of events. I bring this up because it strikes me that in the event of any major the news type of event, people are always seeking my comment, my take on it, and that's understandable. I get why that happens, but I think there's something insidious to that phenomenon, because in the alternative media, people like to think or believe, well, yes, the MSM propaganda media is going to cover the news this way. Well, we're going to show how they're lying or where they're wrong or where the agenda's gone. But it's still the fact that the MSM, the editors at, MSMBS, get to set the agenda that everyone's going to talk about by presenting the news. This is an important point, and one that shouldn't be glossed over too quickly. As I made the point explicitly in that video about the news is a social construct, when even people in the erstwhile independent alternative media are all talking about the same news subjects that are put forward by the propagandists in the mainstream media, then by that method, the propagandists control the field of discourse itself. They control what is and what is not talked about. And by doing so, they don't even have to deploy any of the tools in their propaganda tool belt that we examine here week in and week out at Propaganda Watch. They simply have to ignore a subject for it to go away. No logically fallacious arguments, no sleight of hand, no distraction, no technique whatsoever necessary. All they have to do is not talk about something. And they can guarantee not only will the vast majority of the public never hear about it, but the vast majority of the independent media will never even talk about it because it's not in the news. The news. What a dangerous and extremely effective technique that the propagandists have here for getting an important study like what we were seeing coming out of the University of Alaska Fairbanks, getting it off of the news agenda altogether. So, as I say, I've talked about this before. I will put the links to those previous reports in the show notes so you can go check them out for yourself. But if you are interested in more actual information about this study and its significance and the context and the types of findings it's coming to, I will, of course, once again, recommend the project homepage at the UAF website, which will be linked in the show notes, as well as the draft report itself, which has just been released. This is a news story, folks. This is news. But also, I will point you to a 2017 lecture that Dr. Leroy Holsey delivered at the Scheibel Auditorium at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, in which he articulated at that time the preliminary conclusions that his research team had come to, and illustrates that in a slideshow that I think is worthy of your attention. Also worthy of your attention is a post from Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth from last month, but still relevant, I think. Building 7 study to be released September 3rd. I need your help to spread it far and wide, talking about Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth and their efforts not only to spread news about this story and information about this incredibly important study, but also to organize presentations in Fairbanks, Berkeley, and New York, hold a major news conference in Washington, D.C. with the Franklin Square Fire Commissioners. Remember that important news story that similarly was not reported on? Produce a powerful short video for social media, commission a new YouGov survey, and more. So there are people who are making efforts to get this information out there, but if you step one step outside of that circle of information, it's like you're in a completely different universe. So when we follow the news cycle, we miss important pieces of what is happening in the world around us, and worse yet, we allow the propagandists to win by default. Again, they don't have to provide any argument, they don't have to do anything, they just have to not talk about it, unless enough people are talking about it, kicking up a ruckus, bringing this into the media spotlight, which is something that can be done, and perhaps we'll examine that in more depth in the future. But for the time being, as I say, I'll direct you to these various resources about this extremely important, extremely timely news story that, of course, is being completely ignored. Just another way that the propagandists continue to propagate their propaganda into the public consciousness and preclude real information from our consciousness. That's going to do it for today. James Corbett, CorbettReport.com. Since the day of 9/11, we've been told what happened.
Freedom itself is under attack.
We've been told who to blame.
The Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
Osama bin Laden.
Terrorists in the terrorist network. Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
We've been told what to think.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th.
But if you haven't seen 9/11 Trillions or 9/11 War Games, you don't know anything about 9/11.
Some might ask, how in the world could the Secretary of Defense attack the Pentagon in front of its people?
We had 4 war games going on September 11th.
$8.5 trillion.
The most extraordinary coincidences in the history of mankind.
I've never seen so much real world stuff happen during an exercise.
It is, I was going to say terrifying.
9/11 Trillions and 9/11 War Games. Watch the documentaries for free online, or, for the first time, own them on DVD today. Go to corbettreport.com/shop for details.
An hour ago, there were people at their gas pumps who turned to look at the smoke that was coming from the city. Folks stepping out of bodegas and stores to look. Now people are gathering in large groups. In fact, in one corner, I saw a group of people actually holding hands and praying. As I say, the Act 3, which is closed, it is open to pedestrian traffic.
The Holland tunnels, they are also closed down. Let's go to 1010 Winds reporter Eileen LaPalmer. She is at City Hall. Eileen?
Well, Lee, I'm here live outside of City Hall. The entire, as you can imagine, it is absolute chaos here. The entire city has come to a standstill. Everyone just standing, looking at the smoke pouring out of the World Trade Center at this moment. There are certain people trying to call their families. All the cell phones are down, as you can imagine, since they are these at the World Trade Center is the antennas where people would be calling on the cell phones. Therefore, people are lining up around the block just to use a payphone at this point. Everyone's still trying to figure out what's going on. I ran into this woman named Susan. She was supposed to be in the World Trade Center today at this very moment. Again, at this point, everything is shut down. The Woolworth building has been evacuated. City Hall is shut down and also has been evacuated. We will bring you more as soon as we have it. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Winds, live outside of City Hall.
Okay, now we have word from Washington that the Capitol and the Treasury are being evacuated. This in addition to the White House and to the Pentagon. The Pentagon apparently having been hit by a plane this morning, not unlike the World Trade Center Twin Towers, both of which appear to have been on the news of what had transpired here in New York City this morning. If you are a New York City firefighter, you are ordered to report to your station immediately. We need the help this morning with a major disaster unfolding in New York City, and the world has changed markedly in little less than an hour. When we first got word that a plane had crashed into the World Trade Center, we then saw a second plane crash into the second tower of the World Trade Center. We later got word of a plane apparently crashing into the Pentagon, word that the White House had been evacuated, now the Capitol and the Treasury also having been evacuated. What we have not heard yet are casualty figures for what is obviously a massive disaster at the World Trade Center, and there is no doubt massive loss of life there. We've been talking to various reporters, people who've been trying to get to the scene, people who have been watching it unfold from all parts of the city, because the World Trade Center obviously is visible for many, many miles, and it's hard to miss when there is smoke and a massive explosion coming out of it. The first we heard was from 1010 Winds account executive Joan Fleischer. She was the first to call this in. Joan, you're still there?
I'm here.
Okay, you've been watching this on a rooftop with friends and neighbors, and how would you gauge their reaction at this point?
Everyone is in shock. people can't believe what they heard or they saw. They've been running downstairs to keep an eye on TV, but I haven't left this area since I called you the first, and it's unbelievable. I mean, they're still bringing in all the police and the fire trucks. They're ongoing. The smoke is unbelievable. It doesn't even look like they've been able to do anything other than respond to, I guess, emergencies on ground, because there's nothing happening within the building that I can see from here on top. They have police helicopters overhead, I think, to keep everybody else away. And the smoke is building, still heading towards Brooklyn. You can smell the smoke from here. It's coming from the entire area of both buildings. It's unbelievable.
Well, this really is a case of a situation that you thought couldn't get any worse, getting progressively worse.
Yes.
First one plane crashing into the World Trade Center, then a second crashing into the second tower of the World Trade Center.
Unbelievable.
Word now that a plane has crashed into the Pentagon. It has been evacuated along with the West Wing of the White House. The Treasury has been evacuated. The Capitol evacuated. The Sears Tower in Chicago has been evacuated. There was no threat of an attack against the Sears Tower, but they're obviously going to quiff while they're ahead there.